Hello, welcome to the stream. This is my first stream, and I think I'll introduce myself. My name is Amir Yuki. I am a Majoneko PNG tuber, and I enjoy playing video games. I have more of a focus on Nintendo 64 games, because that's what I've grown up with in my childhood. I also, I look at memes, I react to memes, I also talk about anime and manga, and I just have a habit of just rambling about, random things. So, yeah, so let's actually get into what we're doing. We're doing a Kirby 64 no damage run. This is going to be a 100% completion run as well. So what's going to happen is, if I take damage even once, then I will be forced to reset the entire run from the very first level. So I'm gonna lay some ground rules so that way everyone can understand. First of all, I can't exit a level once I enter it unless I've already beaten the level. So once I enter a level, I have to do it from start to finish without leaving the level, which means if I end up in a situation where I'm about to take damage, I can't pause, so I can just quickly go exit the level and then try again. That's not allowed. The second rule is that there are certain copy abilities that will grant us invulnerability. Those abilities are not allowed unless they are specifically used to acquire a crystal shard, of which there are 72 to collect throughout the whole game. So once again, we can't just use certain abilities to just completely cheese the run. That's not allowed. And also then, as mentioned before, we take damage once, we have to restart the entire save file from the beginning. So those are kind of like the three main rules. However, one rule we are allowing is, because there are certain levels which require actually taking it in a copy ability that isn't actually available in the level, we are allowed to go back to prior levels in order to acquire the necessary ability to acquire said crystal shard. So we are allowed to backtrack to a level, combine two abilities, gain that ability, and then exit the level, but only if we've completed that level beforehand. So yeah, that's all the rules. Let's actually start the run, and we'll see how we go. I know how to use Kirby's copy ability, but for those of you who do not, we'll just go through the entire tutorial area. So, B buttons to inhale, and then you press B to exhale. Or spit out the enemy, whatever you want to say. So that's kind of like, again, as I can say, you can also swallow the enemy. So that's another thing you can do. And then there are certain abilities that grant you power-ups, such as this Fire Galbos. If you swallow it, you gain that copy ability. There is actually another mechanic to certain enemies. However, we'll get into that a little bit later. You can also lift the copy ability, and then you can just kind of throw it with B, or you can just use the C buttons to throw it upwards. You can also then, this is probably a mechanic exclusive to this game, or at least exclusive in this form. You can combine to get a power combo, or as I like to call them, hybrid abilities or mix abilities. So with Fire and Needle, you get a flaming bow and arrow. Now, not every single mix ability is created equally, so there are obviously some copy abilities that are going to be better than others. But obviously, we're not going to allow the admittedly really overpowered ones. That's just not allowed. And then if you combine Stone and Needle, you get Drill. So there's, like, how many abilities are there? There's like 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. So we're gonna watch the cutscene. So 10, 20, 30. There's like 35 abilities in the game. And that's actually quite a lot, considering the fact that there's only 7 base abilities in the entire game. because of the mix abilities, it actually kind of like multiplies it. And yeah, having 35 is actually quite a lot. Now, obviously, some combined abilities, such as like Double Spark or Double Fire, are just kind of enhanced versions of the original. There is 2 exceptions, but we'll get to that in a moment. So let's start the first level. The first level, this is a relatively simple level. We're just gonna probably walk a bit. This enemy. We're gonna get fire. We want this ability. I'm gonna grab this. I'm not gonna use the ability. I'm gonna spit this out. And I'm actually gonna take this one. Because what we can do is we can... Well, I mean, it's... Okay. Is there another one? I mean, we can combine fire and fire. I'm not going to. There we go. This gives us the Flaming Sword. This is probably one of the best early game abilities. Because we can also throw it, so it actually gives us a ranged attack. We're going to go like this, and we're going to throw it. It doesn't have insane... It doesn't have, like, absurd range, and there's our first Crystal Shard. So that's our first Crystal Shard. The rest of this is going to be pretty uneventful. I mean, yeah, this level is kind of like Tutorial Island. And where's the first enemy going to spawn? We're just going to do this. Yeah, this protects us from overhead attacks, making this actually... This is probably one of the most versatile abilities in the entire game. You protect from behind you, you can hit in the front, you protect from above. And yeah, it actually had some pretty good range, all things considered. This actually makes it a surprisingly good early game. Yeah, they give you like one of the best abilities in the entire game. Super early on. And then, yeah, we're just not going to bother with this. Because otherwise, if we try to like do anything fancy, we'll probably just take damage, and we don't want that. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of this ability. And we get Bomb. Because we need this to actually get another ability. That's not what we wanted to do. Is there another one? Is there another one? Yeah, I'm just gonna try and backtrack. Don't get hit, don't get hit, don't get hit, don't get hit. I'm gonna go like that and then see if I can get a better angle. Nope, that doesn't work. Okay. Well, we'll just try and do it this way. Jump down. Oh, that was so close. Well, that's a reset. That's a reset. I really wanted to get a combination of fire and bomb because that's like one of my favorite abilities. Yeah. So, attempt number 2. Let's actually not make a stupid mistake this time. We're gonna do this. I should also show like another mechanic. I mean, there are certain enemies you can carry around. But like, yeah, there are certain enemies. So, how does this work? Some enemies actually have additional properties outside of just attacking. So like, I'll probably show you soon. I'll probably get rid of this ability. We'll just ignore those two. We're just gonna do this instead. Go like that. Oh yeah, I didn't even realize that the flame sword attacks, you know, in an arc. That's helpful to know. That's very helpful to know. Just carry the sword. Oh, so that's what I wanted to show. Whoops. We'll do that event. We'll do that later. And then we can just hold the sword like that, and then it just kind of stun locks the enemy. So that's one thing... Yeah, that mini-boss is completely easy. I don't think we're ever going to take any damage on that mini-boss. Yeah, this game is not built for going through quickly. This game is more of like a slower, methodical game. It's built for going... Yeah, it's not built for just like trying to blitz through it. Yeah, I'm just going to chuck this up. Get rid of you. We'll inhale you. And we're gonna do this properly this time. There we go. We got fireworks. And yeah, every single time we use fireworks, and yeah, this is another mechanic, is that there are gonna be certain, like, barricades that basically require a copy ability. And this is kind of where, like, as I thought... Oh yeah, the second cutscene. So, yeah, Waddle Dee finds a crystal shard, and there's one of the dark matter spawn. And this is going to happen 3 times throughout the whole game. So yeah, these are all one-time bosses. So once we beat these bosses, we will never be able to rebattle them ever again. Unless, you know, we end up having to do yet another run. So yeah, this is our tutorial boss. Yeah, this is a really good ability because we just end up having a lot of range on this ability. And we just keep on doing this. And we get our final crystal shard for the level. So that's level 1 completed. And then we chase him away. And Waddle Dee is back to normal. And then because we freed Waddle Dee now agrees to help us. And he's going to help us in certain levels. So there are going to be some levels where there's going to be a mechanic. This is the goal game. We're going to try and... Oh, well, that's pointless because we can't take damage anyway. Yeah, also dying does count as a reset. But yeah, back on what I was going to try and say earlier. Stone is going to be required for certain abilities, like for certain crystal shards. And we're going to basically... Ooh. So yeah, as you can see, stone... We are not allowed to use stone. So we're not allowing that. Oh, that's the second one we couldn't get. We're gonna get rid of you. Oh, and so if we throw this enemy, it's free attacks. Just a thing. Yeah, so certain enemies actually have different mechanics. And here's another one. Oh, well, we got a combined one. So let's try this. So yeah, because of this enemy, we go like this. And we fall slowly. So there are some enemies that actually have kind of, you know, these unique properties. But we don't care about that. And what you can do is, like, as long as one of that... Yes, just a fun little mechanic. Let's go back. And let's actually try and get Cutter again. There we go. Cutter by itself is admittedly a pretty bad ability. I mean, it does have good range, but like, literally the only thing you can do is jump while using it. So its usefulness is limited. This is what we wanted to get. Cutter and Bomb. This gains us a exploding shuriken attack. And it's like a little delayed attack. But it also gives us an absolutely insane amount of range. It basically allows us to attack across, like, the whole screen. So this is going to be useful for when it comes to, like, trying to, like, safely ping enemies from a distance. So now we get into the tree. And there is, I believe, actually an ability. So, as you can see, there's Spark. And to get through here, we want to do that. Don't want to deal with you. Yeah, so there is Ice and Spark. What does Ice and Spark make? It makes Refrigerator, and that's another banned ability because it grants us invulnerability. It's actually the only ability that isn't a stone-based ability to do that. So, because you can just kind of sit there as a fridge and they can't even, like, do any damage to you. This is where one of the crystal shards is, so we're just gonna, like, sit here for a sec. And we're just gonna wait until we get close enough to where we can kind of see the trail of point stars to point out where the crystal shard is. So we're gonna jump down, and we're gonna quickly mash the A button, and we're gonna get back on. And now we're just gonna sit here. I'm gonna try and jump over, and we're gonna go in here. And that's that section done. And what we can do, well... Oh yeah, that's another thing I should mention, is that you can't inhale indefinitely. Nope. There we go. That's our second crystal shard. And now we're going to do the second boss fight against Adeline. And Adeline, if you've played Kirby Star Allies and you've played the content updates, you'll know who this character is. And then, like, Adeline and Ribbon are one of the dream friends that got added in one of the content updates for Kirby Star Allies after its initial release, after Rick Klein Coup and then Marks and Gooey got added. And yeah, this boss fight is gonna be a little bit unnerving. So basically what he does is he basically paints enemies, and those enemies will basically try and damage it. And the enemies kind of vary. So you got, like, again, an NZ, you got Spark, you got spider enemies. Which, fun fact, the spider enemy actually damages Kirby if Kirby eats it. So there are some enemies that actually damage Kirby. Oh, this is actually kind of scary. Okay, never mind. But then, phase 2, we got the Ice Dragon. And yeah, this fight is actually based off another one in Kirby Dreamland. And the fight in Kirby Dreamland is actually quite... In Kirby Dreamland 3, it's way harder. This is just like the Addo fight from Dreamland 3, but easy mode. But yeah, with Exploding Shuriken, this shouldn't be too hard. We can just basically do that. And yeah, because that's why Cutter and Bomb are so ridiculously good. They kind of they stall your fall. And so you can just kind of like stay in midair and kind of ping the same overhead, like airborne enemy over and over and over again. Anyways, we freed Adeline, and Adeline is now going to help us on our adventure. So this is our second companion, well, third companion if you're counting Ribbon. And yeah, basically what's going to happen is now we're going to do the goal game again. Let's actually, okay, that was way too early. I'm trying to get the question mark cards because they're enemy info cards. I feel like it's going to be fun to grab those cards for if we do complete a run. That way then we can just kind of look over every enemy we've gotten. So third level, you got these firework enemies which are unique. They'll try and fly in an overhead arc and then they just blow up. But they're not really anything to worry about. Actually, we'll keep this ability for now. There is actually going to be a situation where you're gonna need double cutter to get a crystal shard, because there is actually a pure green block. However, flame sword, cutter fire and cutter bomb are not actually enough to get that ability. In fact, none of the actual hybrid abilities are actually necessary. And damn you actually blocked that. It's so annoying. We're gonna like do this and try and get rid of that enemy. And yeah, this is King DDD's castle. So this is kind of like the subterranean section of the first and second world. There is, oh yeah, there's this enemy. Yeah, we can't actually you can't actually combine enemy. If you try to throw it at him, he'll just block with a shield. So I'm just gonna grab Needle instead. Oh, that was a mistake. You know what? No, we'll just keep on going. And we'll just keep Needle. Oh, well. That's what we wanted to get, is the Cutter Needle hybrid. And this is kind of a scary section. Or maybe not. Nope. Okay, it wasn't that scary. Just doing this. Okay, yeah, that's easy. Never mind. But yeah, I'm gonna get rid of that. And I'm actually gonna grab you, because we will need you later. We're just gonna time this. Gordos are invincible, so we can't actually damage them. And we get out. And let's go. So this is the second ability that is going to be mandatory for gaining a crystal shard. And it's just Big Cutter. It's just a giant boomerang. Nothing special. Nothing special. I mean, it is kind of razor tipped, but like, that doesn't... It's just bigger, and that's all that matters. We're going to fall down here, and as you can see, we needed to get this crystal shard. And then we go in here. And this is the next thing. Adelaide. It's going to paint us a 1-up. The 1-up is totally pointless because you know why. At this point, this is the second crystal shard. Just kind of chilling there for some reason. Nothing there. Again, you got to be kind of like worried. And this is a room that kind of showcases why Kirby 64 is such a unique game still to this day. It's just a fully cylindrical room. So you've got just this room that's like one big cylinder. And yeah, I would actually really love for Kirby, like 2D Kirby, to actually do this again. I mean, yeah, it might actually kind of cause Crystal Shards to kind of lose its identity. But like, I just want like something special. Oh yeah, we also want this, because... And then we drop down. I'm just gonna backtrack for a moment, because I actually do want to get this ability again, not just for this fight, but also for the bot. Do the enemies not respawn? Oh, I think this is actually kind of a mistake. You know what? Yeah, I think this is kind of a mistake. Yeah, I goofed up. This is taking quite a while. Oh, I could have just dropped off the other side. I'm such a doofus. Well, okay. So I'm just going to go back in here. And then we're going to back out. And could I actually just kind of like inhale my way up there? Probably. I'm avoiding you. Up. Up. And... Okay, so that is Fire and Cutter. I was kind of worried for a sec there. And we're just going to mash the A button. And there we go. And now we just jump up like so. We're going to sweep like so. And we're just going to like go to where the hologram is. We're going to throw the flame sword to kind of ping him off. And we're just going to climb up. And then this is the final boss fight. So you're going to get another cutscene. And there's King Dedede. This is my favorite King Dedede design of all of them. And I do really appreciate that the Forgotten Land, the Dedede design in Kirby and Forgotten Land, and then Return to Dreamland Deluxe kind of used this design instead of like the more modern one. I actually prefer this over the Smash Brothers one that they came up with. So what we're going to do is we're going to go like this. And we're just going to like chip him. And now he's going to float. And we're just going to do this. And we're just going to stand there. We're going to like end up just doing that. This is easily the simplest boss fight in the entire game. This boss fight's an absolute joke of a boss. Because he's meant to be based off of the boss fight against King Dedede in Kirby's Dreamland 3. Except that I think the difference between Dreamland 3 and Crystal Shards is that this version of the Dedede fight just makes it so like attacks stun lock him. As opposed to Dreamland 3 where they didn't. And we got nothing. Okay. But we get into like Now, the first major boss fight of the game against Wispy Woods. And this is easily the best theme song in any Kirby game ever. Like, how, just for the sheer epic value alone. And then, yeah, Wispy Woods. So what's going to happen is, we got 3 Wispy Woods Juniors, and Wispy Woods will try to, like, spit apples at us. And what we do is we just kind of throw our flame swords at the baby Wispy Woods, or Wispy Woods Juniors, I don't know. Throws out a bunch of apples. He's going to try and spit a projectile. And we're going to, like, try and yeah, this is basically how the fight goes. And then, yeah, he tries to, like, rain apples on us, spit projectiles on us. And we just do this. This is actually probably, like, one of the more simpler boss fights. Again, this boss fight isn't free. And there we go. And come on. Oh, so close. I was hoping I would actually beat him on that cycle, but alas, I don't think it was meant to be. Oh, that was close. That was close. And that's the boss fight done. So we get the Grand Crystal Shard, or Giant Crystal Shard, whatever you want to call it. And we're on to the next world. So yeah, we've gotten every single Crystal Shard in World 1. So World 1 is 100% complete, as you see. It showcases Rockstar, which is the next place we're going to head to, which is a desert-themed world. And yeah, basically what's going to happen is we're onwards to Rockstar, and again, the further we get, the more punishing it's going to be for when we take damage, inevitably. And we just pick up here. There is actually a third hybrid ability, and once again, it requires a stone ability. Well, it requires stone ability, and we got the cactus enemies. I do not like cacti. They are my least favorite plant, for sure. Oh, that's the thing, like, it doesn't attack in a circular arc, this ability. So, this ability isn't perfect. So yeah, this ability does kind of have limitations. So throwing the sword does do an overhead arc, but like, what am I saying? I'm gonna grab this. Yeah, I'm just gonna probably go ability-less for now. Actually, I'm gonna try and throw you. I'm gonna try and... There we go. I didn't think that would land. So we get another really good ranged ability in Drill. And yeah, we can just basically go like that. Or we can stay on the ground. We're probably going to stay on the ground for now. And yeah, Drill is actually incredibly good because it passes through solid materials. And you can... Yeah, this ability attacks through walls, making it extremely useful. This is actually probably one of like the most... Probably one of the best abilities in the entire game, just because, again, its sheer flexibility means that you can just kind of like... You can hit enemies through walls. And then... You can also just do a downwards attack to kind of like... So you have a downwards attack that allows you to kind of attack enemies from below, above. There's a crystal shard up here. Actually kind of pretty well hidden for the first crystal shard of the level. Oh. Nearly took damage there. And we're going to go up here. We're going to go up. Yeah, I think I'm going to keep Stone and Needle. There's Cactus enemy, and there's actually 2 of these. And we can just basically do like little hops and a throw. We get our second crystal shard. And this is going to be like one of the like more nerve-wracking sections. So the camera does kind of auto-scroll. But in this section, yeah, the room fills up with sand. And what's going to happen is, yeah, it's just going to flood. We have to, like, basically not get crushed. There's an enemy trying to damage us. And then we're just going to climb up the walls. There's another needle enemy. A lot of needle. There's a Gordo. And we get through here. And then is there gonna be another section? Or is this actually is that the last bit? Okay, that wasn't actually too bad of a section, never mind. I was just kind of panicking a little bit there. Waddle Dee ends up opening up the entrance. We get out, and basically, yeah, it doesn't allow us to go back. So we're gonna get to the second mandatory action. This is Stone and Spark. So we're gonna try and see if we can no. Oh yeah, Scarfies in this game will always kind of... Nope. This is actually quite a scary section. I'm just gonna, like, bolt. The problem is I attack the Scarfy, it's gonna blow up. If I get here, now what we do is I can just do this. It's gonna try and damage me. We're gonna go like that. Oh, these enemies. And I knew that was gonna happen. Well, attempt number 3, I guess. I should probably grab Stone and Spark beforehand, huh? Yeah, I think I'll grab Stone and... Note to self, I'll grab Stone and Spark beforehand. Yeah, that's just... horribly, horribly unfortunate. Well, that was gonna happen, like, having to, like, again, because we can't use stone. I'm not allowing stone because, again, invulnerability. So we're just, yeah, I'm just gonna, like, have to redo all of this. Okay, well, that's attempt number... I'll get rid of you. Okay, I didn't think that was actually gonna reach. At least I was hoping it would. What we do is we're gonna jump up, we're gonna try and get this, and we get the same ability. So we, again, Flame Sword, one of the most versatile abilities in the game, and we just end up, yeah, we're gonna do this. Well, okay, I'm just gonna carry it overhead, and I'm gonna throw it forwards, and that didn't reach. Okay, so grab the shard, another shard. We just keep on going forwards, and we're just gonna keep on, like, moving along. Yeah, so I'll just, yeah. So I want to get back to World 2-1. And I'm gonna, like, just do this. There we go. And that's, again, a very, very trivial boss. And just gonna go through here. But yeah, I kind of want to know, like, what's your favorite kind of Kirby game? I'm a little curious. I mean, because obviously this is a very, like, unique game, but, like, it's not everyone's favorite. I feel like this is probably, like, my third, maybe second favorite Kirby game of all time. I'm gonna get rid of this. I'm gonna inhale you. How do I do this? Oh, well, I can just kind of do this. And then spit you out. And boom! We got fireworks. And, yeah. I think I also probably... Oh, I can't actually viably show it here. But, like, the glunks can actually be used to protect Kirby overhead. Because, yeah, we've already seen the cutscene. We're just going to skip the cutscene. And, yeah. This is probably one of the best abilities for this fight. Oh, that was actually kind of close. Okay, I was joking earlier about how this boss was going to be super easy. Yeah. My own hubris almost got me there. And we got our first enemy info card for any run in general. Okay, and then, yeah, what we'll do is then for each run where we get an enemy info card, what we're going to do is we're going to basically just kind of view each of the ones we got. There's Bomb. We're going to combine it with Cutter and Bomb again. Okay, I didn't think I would actually get that. And, yeah, this is probably one of the better abilities in the game. There is a little bit of a delay to when Kirby shows the Shuriken and when it actually, like, registers a hit. Okay, I'm just gonna run underneath you. I can't be bothered with you. We'll run. We're gonna get rid of you. There's gonna be you. We're gonna get rid of you. again, Cutter Bomb's usefulness kind of lies on the fact that you can just basically attack everything across the screen. And yeah, like, again, the extra flexibility, just, it's a simple ability, but it's also, like, very, very useful. Basically, any ability which has, like, insane range is gonna be good in this run. We could just run underneath these enemies. I'm gonna basically get rid of you, and we just go up here. But yeah, for me personally, I would say my favorite of all the Kirby games, I didn't even pay attention there for a sec. But yeah, my favorite ability for 2D, like all the 2D Kirby games, or just Kirby games now, my favorite Kirby game in general is Return to Dreamland Deluxe. I will probably do again, if people really want to, I will do a playthrough of Return to Dreamland Deluxe. I will do a 100% completion run. And again, if people really like the damageless runs, did we get up? Good. Yeah, if people really like seeing me do the damageless runs, then, you know, I'm probably going to dread it. But I'll probably do a damageless run of Return to Dreamland Deluxe. I'm actually going to go all the way over here instead. Nope. I'm not dealing with you. It's actually kind of scary. There we go. Okay, so they actually try and bounce towards. That's actually kind of scary to know, and that's good to know, though. We're just going to go here. And I'm gonna, can I actually, nope. Okay, so we have to wait. Yeah, this is just a ridiculous ability this early in the game. The ability to just kind of attack anything from, like, across the entire map. And yeah, we're just gonna, like, abuse this ability for all it's worth. And there we go, that's the first phase done. And we got the Ice Dragon. So what we're gonna do, Ice Dragon, we're going to just do the exact same thing. Is oh, well, that's the first time that did that attack. That sucks. I didn't know that it had that attack. Well, okay, that's another reset. Yeah, you know what? We're gonna have to, like, delete every single file. Yeah, that's probably, like, the only annoying thing about this game is that if you have to, like, delete a save file, you have to, like, just sit there and wait. But yeah, that's extremely unfortunate. Yeah, I didn't know the Ice Dragon had that attack. I thought with the drill that I was safe, but no, apparently not. So, yeah, now we know that the Ice Dragon can actually just do, like, a big leap attack. I'm just gonna get rid of you. There's a fire enemy. And yes, in case you're wondering, we will basically be using Cutter and Fire a lot in this run. At least until we get access to, like, Needle Stone. Or another potentially more useful ability. Again, I think Needle Stone is probably more useful because it can just kind of, like, hit through walls. And again, like, Double Spark is also very useful, even if it does kind of kill your movement speed. But yeah, basically, there are going to be some kind of worse off abilities we are going to have to use. Now, I want to show this. So, basically, you hold a gonk up above you, it fires projectiles. But again, you can also then press the C button to kind of throw enemies upwards, which gives it a little bit useful. Unfortunately, oh, we can. Well, we're going to have to beat this the old-fashioned way, just simply by using Kirby's copy ability. We'll just inhale and then just spitting enemies out. And fortunately, it's not that bad. So again, this boss is just kind of like a tutorial mini-boss. As I was kind of trying to say earlier. So what we do is we swallow it, we end up going up, and I'm actually going to get Cutter and Needle for now. And what this does is we can just end up just basically just whatever the teeth ability is. What do we call that? Just dental care, I think. Yeah, I think I'll call it dental care. We'll throw this up. We'll get Bomb again. Gonna drop that. We're gonna go here. Yeah, You know what? Yeah. Actually, yeah. We're gonna do this. We're gonna jump. And we're gonna position ourselves. And get fireworks again. One of my, again, better, more recommended abilities for early game players. Because of just the ridiculous range it has. We're gonna re-challenge the mini-boss. Again. We're gonna jump. And, well... Actually, can that star damage you? I think it can. There we go. First Richter Chart. Again, very, very trivial boss. Very trivial boss. And then, yeah, we're just gonna skip the cutscene. And, yep, we get another enemy info card. We got one. And then we're gonna do the second level. So, note to self, there is actually... We are not, say, out of the woods against the Ice Dragon. Against the Zero Clone, perhaps we are. Is there any other cut of variants I could possibly want? Probably, but again, I don't know. I could do Drill. Actually, I think Drill would actually be a lot more useful. You know what? We'll get Stone, but we're not going to use it. We're going to see if we can find a Needle enemy somewhere. I don't think... Is there any Needle enemies anywhere? I don't think there is, actually. No, I don't think there is. Okay, we're just going to go ability-less then for the time being, and we're just going to, like, go forwards here. Yeah, what we do... Go up here, and we just go forwards. And what we do... Yeah, it's kind of a shame that there's, like, you don't have all 7 abilities in just any given area. Is this near the tree? Again, I don't... well, actually... I'm gonna combine you, but I am not taking that ability. Stone and Bomb actually make Dynamite, which is one of the riskiest abilities in the entire game. You know what? Go this ability. Which is basically just a stone magnetically connected to Kirby. Oh, there is actually... Actually, forget it. I'm just going to go Double Spark if I can. So what we do is we walk across the other screen. And what we do is we combine this. And we get Double Spark. And this is like, again, one of the better abilities in the game. The amount of range... Again, it's basically a feel. It's just better. It's just a better version of Needle. It does kind of shrink in range. What we can do is, yeah, it's just again a really good ability. It's a good defensive. It's a really good defensive ability for actually kind of protecting oneself from taking damage. It doesn't protect you from mini-bosses, so that is kind of the main limitation of it. But yeah, the fact that you have basically a defensive barrier, we're going to jump down. We're going to, like, try and rapidly go back up. And we're in the next area. And yeah, we're just going to... You can also just kind of, like, fall down and just basically take out everything from afar. Does it shrink? Actually, does that shrink every time it damages? Does it? I'm not too sure, but yeah. At a lane boss fight, we're gonna have to be like very careful now because we don't have the best ability in the world for this boss fight. As I mentioned, not good for mini bosses. Yeah, does this actually shrink every time it damages something? I think it does. I didn't even know it. Does it? If that's a mechanic, then a new mechanic, then I didn't even know that. That gets taken out. And he's gonna like get upset. He's gonna draw the Ice Dragon. And yeah, we just stand here. Okay, this is a much better ability. This is a much better ability. We're just gonna, like, sit here. And, yeah, it actually does shrink every time it takes damage. That is totally a mechanic. And, yeah, again, I think this ability is actually better for this boss fight. Maybe. We're gonna try and get the enemy info cut. We got more than one this time. Okay, let's go. Let us do the 3rd level. Now, 3rd level. Yeah, there's like... How does this... Okay, never mind. We're just gonna, like... Yeah, use bomb. Yeah, I don't think bomb is that good of an ability by itself, or even just combined with itself. However, if you combine it with fire, you get a really good ability in fireworks. Oh yeah, we're actually gonna... We will get double cutter, since we will need it. Damn you, again, you had to, like, block that. You're so annoying. You're gonna be down there, and I'm going to grab you. Yeah, base cutter on its own is not good, but, like, it's a very good... It's one of the, like, 2 abilities that's, like, really good to combine with other abilities. So, yeah, cutter is, like, a very splashable combo. You can splash it with needle, you can splash it with fire. There's cutter is good. I mean, stone is also really good, except we're banning that because of the aforementioned it protects us from all damage. So, yeah, there's itself, fire, needle, and spark, and then there's also like bomb as well for the exploding shuriken. I think the only bad combination there is just like itself and ice with ice, because ice is just like ice skates, and ice skates is like, it's not used for any puzzles. It's not even used for any puzzles. So it's just kind of there as a filler ability. And yeah, it's just, you don't want to like end up having an ability. And again, the way that ice does damage is, I think you have to like do a jump to attack. So again, it's extremely niche of an ability. We're going to fall down. We're going to grab the next shot. Yeah, it's just not a good ability in general. Like, Ice and Spark is just not useful. It's like, no, Ice and Spark. Ice and Cutter. Needle's also probably one of the other really, really good splashable abilities. So yeah, like, Needle is splashable with itself, albeit it's not really recommended to splash with itself. It's good with Cutter, as aforementioned before. It's actually good with ice. Like, in fact, the best combination you can actually do is itself and ice, because it creates Snowflake, which gives you like really good range for a copy ability. Like, it ends up covering a large chunk of the map. And yeah, basically, yeah, so like Cutter and ice are like really good. It's good with bomb because, again, like, it protects you close up, and it protects you also like from a distance as well. And yeah, basically, it's just, how do I explain this? Yeah, like, Cutter and Needle are just really good splashable abilities in general. There's another copy of a cutscene, and we're just gonna do this. Again, this is one of the easiest boss fights in the whole game by a significant margin. We're just gonna stand here. We're gonna deal damage time, and we just go like that. There we go. Again, literally the easiest boss fight in the entire game. It's not even close. Yeah, the fact that, like, King Dedede is so easy because he gets stun locked. That was not what I was trying to get, but okay. But yeah, like, we call it, it's King Free DD, in my opinion. Oh, that didn't damage? How dare you? And yeah, we just repeatedly throw. And what we can do is we just do this. Oh, that didn't reach. Yeah, this first phase is just, it's more tedious than hard. And we're just gonna do this. Oh, we got 2 hits in. Yeah, you normally only get like 2 hits in at most. Can we? Oh, it didn't register the upwards input on my controller. Okay. So we just do this. And where is the first one going to be? And that's Wispy Woods done. Again, fairly easy boss. Fairly easy boss. But still probably one of my favorite renditions of Wispy Woods. For sure. Onwards to Second World. And yeah, so note to self. Oh yeah, I forgot I need Spark and Stone. Well, I mean, I guess I'll allow carrying Stone, but I won't actually allow using it. Go Needle. I'm going to combine you, and I'm going to get even bigger Needle. Yeah, we're going to get Clotter Needle, which Kirby in the Forgotten Land copied. It's not a good ability for just traversal, though. Actually. Oh. Oh, there's the third one. Okay. Now, how do I get... Can I do this? I think I can just do this. Jump over you. Jump over you. Jump over you. Jump over you. I guess I'll allow carrying stone, but I won't actually allow using it. There's you, enemies. You're not a danger. Just go like this. Oh, can I not... Hang on. Do we get Spark in this area? Yeah, we're just going to jump up. And we're just going to like, go up here. Yeah, those enemies don't kill you, but they do a lot of damage. So... Safe here. Oh, there's also, like, stone here. Okay, so we could have just, like... Really? There's literally, like... There's no spark in this whole area. I don't want to have to, like, use... I don't want to, like... Again, because we can't use stone. We're gonna go like this. We're gonna go like this. Oh, and he tried, like, root and drop it on top here. There we go. I'm gonna carry you, and I'm going to spit you out, because I don't want to deal with you. And there's this section, which tries to flood. I know we get Spark, but do we get Stone at all after this section? I hope so. There's you, we're gonna get you. Yeah, this section should not be too bad as long as we are smart about it. Oh, that was actually very close. That was very close. And yep, there's Needle. Again, a lot of Needle, but not a whole lot of Stone. Yeah, there's not a lot of Stone. I didn't expect, yeah, just to be no Stone at all. And now we just teabag while waiting here. And yeah, we get up here, and Model D is going to open up the way, and now we just kind of like exit. Yeah, where is Spark? Like, oh yeah, I forgot. There's like this whole ass Scarfy area. I'm gonna grab you. Nope, I didn't mean to inhale you. Or actually, maybe that's probably for the best. Yeah, I don't want to, like... and then there's this whole gauntlet. And then there's this fucker right here. I'm just gonna, like, do it safe. I'm just gonna do it like this. You're telling me that there's no spot. Okay, well, we're just gonna have to replay, like, most of the level, I guess. Which we'll just do right away. I guess there's, like, no harm in replaying through the entirety of the level. There's a second Ruins level. We'll do that level later. Yeah, so we got Spark. Yeah, I can't believe there's like only stone before the area in this bark, but I guess I'm maybe kind of expecting you to bring in like base stone throughout the whole level, I suppose. Yeah, I'm just gonna like just do this. What we do is we're just gonna like go through here, and we're just gonna like do this. Jump over you. There's you. And this is the ability we want. Yeah, also the electrical cord actually does deal damage to enemies. I think this is a fun ability, but I wouldn't say it's like necessarily a amazing one personally. Or maybe it's better. I don't know. Maybe like that is such a garbage way to take damage. Really? Really? Okay, that one's entirely on me. That one's entirely on me. Yes, I already know. Yes, I already know. That sucks. That's unfortunate. Well, first ability. First level. How do I explain? I'm just terrible at just. We end up doing this all over again. And yeah, I feel like this is going to be the theme of run, is probably just us dying to like a stupid mistake. Unfortunately, I think that's just going to be the theme of this whole run in a nutshell. But yeah, but this is probably the kind of people that people enjoy. People enjoy just, again, a humorous run. This isn't even like this isn't even like the whole massive bottleneck. What's gonna be like the inevitable bottleneck either. Like I'm just gonna say this is gonna get like a lot harder, and like if I'm dying on like on like the more simple areas, I'm just saying that does simply not bode well for the rest of the run. Okay, I deserve to be made fun of that. I deserve to be fed up for that. Okay, I'm actually kind of upset at myself for that. Attempt number 6. Yeah, attempt number 5 was a very short-lived run. I will just say that much. That sucks. That sucks. Let's just continue on, I suppose. Is there a cutter? No. Get out of here. I don't want you. And I completely forgot that was going to happen. Get rid of you. Well, let's... Yeah, I probably shouldn't try and bum rush the entire run. Like, yeah, I've heard that, like, fire on its own is really good if you're doing, like, a speed run. But then I don't know whether the speedruns themselves are like 100% completion damageless, or whether they're just merely any percent runs to get like to the end, just end credits in general. I don't know whether those speedruns actually go up to the true final boss. I don't know, I feel like, you know, let me know if it does. I'm just gonna like go through this, and that's another one. And we just sit like that. That's what I was trying to do earlier. I should have ended up taking out the first enemy to do that. I didn't think properly. I didn't think properly. Yeah, that one was on that stupid death was just kind of entirely on me, unfortunately. We throw the weapon, we hold it up, and yeah, initially when I played this game, I didn't realize you could actually throw the sword. That actually took me quite a while to actually figure out. Oh yeah, you can actually throw the sword, huh? I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to inhale you. I'm going to go up here. And I'm going to go down here. Actually, you know what? Screw getting the fireworks. I'm not going to bother. Because we get another one anyway. What we can do, throw this. And we're going to get double bomb, which actually changes the properties of the ability. And yeah, what we do is, yeah, it's just homing fireworks. it's like, yeah, it's homing missiles. It's not the best ability in the world, but it's also like not the worst one either. I've actually like read somewhere that like the targeting aspect of this is actually bugged. So like the missiles have like very janky seeking properties. But yeah, I mean, it's just how do I like, yeah, it's I guess a jank ability. We're gonna get rid of it. And also like the turning ability on the missiles is not great. We're gonna go like this. And what ability are we gonna combine this with? I could combine. Actually, no, there's like no ability. No point in getting these abilities, right? We just inhale, we go like that, and we just go like that. Yeah, what's my favorite ability? I think drill is probably one of my favorites. Either that or Ice and Needle. Ice and Needle is actually insanely good because not only does it kind of take out enemies, it also allows you to kind of like kick around the frozen enemies to actually get kind of dispatch of them. But yeah, basically, yeah, Ice and Needle is actually going to be required later on in the game. We're gonna combine, oh, maybe not. We're gonna swallow you, get Spark. Well, and then this ability, we get a boner and get struck by lightning. Yeah, Kirby gets wrecked and gets struck by lightning. Again, it's not... Again, this one's like, it only hits Kirby upwards primarily. We're just going to do that. Get rid of those enemies. We're going to do that. We're going to, like, get rid of you. Yeah, this ability is just good in general. Yeah, this ability, again, double spark. We're going to grab this. We're going to move along. But yeah, I mean, I wonder what would people's favorite anime of the early mid to late 90s be? I mean, I know Pokemon was big back then, like, you know, the original Indigo League series. I used to watch a lot of that back in the day. There was like OG Yu-Gi-Oh as well, like the original Yu-Gi-Oh series, Duel Monsters. There's Season 0. Season 0 kind of never got released in outside of Japan. You can only watch it in Japanese. But I've heard that Season 0 is like a cult classic. We're just gonna do this. That doesn't reach, really. That reaches though. Every single time it bounces down. There we go. That's our second crystal shard. Let's just get out of here. And now we got first Adeline. Let's actually hopefully not get screwed up by the Ice Dragon this time, hopefully. Yeah, Ice Dragon is like literally the only enemy I genuinely fear. Because of just, again, the damage potential. That's a spider enemy. Can the legs damage me? I don't know. But we probably won't find out. And no idea what that pixelated enemy is supposed to be. But yeah, I feel like my favorite early 90s anime was like the Indigo League series. Indigo League series, we're just gonna do this. You're gonna jump. You're gonna jump. Yeah, again, I'm playing around and jump this time. I'm not taking risks. I'm gonna move that, and I'm just gonna sit here. There we go. Yeah, that one is so much easier in comparison. We get rid of Adeline, and he's gonna spit that out. And we're gonna grab the copy ability. Gonna skip the cutscene. And yeah, honestly, I'll probably just skip the enemy info cards at this point. There's like no reason to grab them because they just don't add anything of value. Anyways, double spark. Gonna do this. And yeah, basically, I mean, double spark is just, again, the versatility really helps it. Yeah, I feel like at the end of the day, Fire and Spark, by the way, they make a ability that basically is best described as like, just rubbing, kind of static electricity, I think is the kind of what I call it. Is where Kirby basically kind of just rubs a piece of paper on his head and sets himself on fire to damage enemies above him. Yes, it doesn't actually damage enemies to the side of you, it damages enemies above you. So it's actually a really garbage copy ability. It's actually not a good one. I mean, it's not the worst one in the game, though. The worst one would have to actually be Fire and Ice. Because Fire and Ice is literally just... It does absolutely nothing. And, like, to be fair, like, it's just like, well, what do you expect from combining literally two polar opposites, I guess? But then you could also kind of describe, you know, Crystal Shards as kind of Kirby's copy ability testing grounds. Because, you know, yeah, Fire and Ice might have been a joke, but when you melt ice with fire, you get water. And I feel like that's kind of like how water came to be. Is that they just basically took, oh yeah, Kirby couldn't get Fire and Ice to work, but he eventually kind of combines it into a new copy ability. And water is coincidentally one of my favorite copy abilities from Return to Dreamland Deluxe. Because, just Return to Dreamland for the Nintendo Wii. You know what, I'm just going to skip the one up. But yeah, Return to Dreamland has like one of my favorite abilities in water. I mean, yes, Poison in Planet Robobot exists, but it's not the same, you know? It's not the same ability. And I feel like, yeah, again, like Poison, again, the dash attack is different. The kind of geyser attack works differently. And yeah, basically, I feel like the best way to describe Poison is it's just kind of like 3DS. It's 3DS water. Because in Triple Deluxe, basically they could not get water to work. Because water is supposed to kind of like seamlessly blend in. If it ends up touching a water surface. And in the 3DS, on the 3DS, like, it wasn't capable of something like that. So like, again, because every single time a water projectile from Kirby or a water Galboros would hit Kirby, would hit a water surface, what would happen is the game would just crash again because the 3DS rendering couldn't take it. And that was like one thing, again, basically what happened was they just kind of like gave up on trying to add water, and then in Planet Robobot they basically decided, oh, why don't we make like a different version of it called Poison? And so they ended up kind of making Poison instead. Get out of here. I'm gonna throw you. I'm gonna throw you. Just gonna run around. And there we go. That is first base. Again, the first base is, again, relatively easy. Where are the apples going to spawn? Not on this side, oddly enough. Nope. I was hoping I could get free cheeky hits in. Well, I mean, sometimes it's not meant to be. We're just going to, like, wait for him to attack, or not. We're just going to wait for this. There we go, that's what I wanted to do. Where's apples gonna spawn? Not here. I'm gonna like spawn. There we go. And again, World 1 completed. Now what I am going to do is I am going to actually not do Rockstar just yet. I am going to backtrack to this level in particular. And I'm going to end up getting Spark and Stone, because we actually need that for the next world. And I refuse to try and do that. We're just going to ignore that. Again, Stone and Bomb makes the worst ability in the whole game in Dynamite. Because it is an ability that can actually damage you. And again, abilities that can damage oneself are bad. The sad thing, though, is we are going to have to eventually use Stone and Bomb, which is a part I'm absolutely dreading. Oh, well, there goes him. We don't care. We can jump up, There is you. There's you. Damn you, did you have to dodge that? You know what? I'm just gonna, like, go in here. See if it respawns. I'm gonna do this. And there we go. We're gonna exit, level, and we now go onwards to Rockstar, and we gotta carry Stone and Spark with us throughout the whole level. Because we're not allowing Stone, because Stone would allow us to kind of like just cheese the whole level. I do like how you can kind of like cancel this ability as well, like mid-usage. Also, yeah, this is not the best ability, but it's like definitely one of the more fun ones in my opinion. But yeah, the problem is that like if you have like a block, it just bounces off of it and it ends up kind of severely limiting its kind of usability. But I feel like this ability will be useful in the later section anyway, because at least that like one enemy is just gonna drop down here, take out that enemy, we're gonna jump up, go like that, jump, and then we can just kind of loop this over and over again, and just repeat this. We jump. I'm not making that same mistake again. I refuse. Yeah, is there going to be another enemy? No, there is not. Okay, cool. And what we're going to do is there's going to be Bronto Burst. We're actually going to, like, play it safe. Jump. And jump. Yeah, this whole section can basically just kind of be skipped by just going through the top path. And then, yeah, we're just going to fly up here. And we're going to run up. Oh yeah, it's like... I'm gonna grab the crystal shard. And yeah, this is like one of the more... Yeah, this ability is an interesting one. I think Stone and Spark is probably one of the more interesting abilities. I mean, there are obviously other interesting abilities in crystal shards, but I think this is probably one of the more like... Yeah, I think interesting is probably the best way to describe it. Like, what's in the stone, like, hematite or something, like, is definitely, like, it's kind of like some magnesis-esque ability, I think is the best way to kind of describe it. So we're just going to go over here, we're going to get past Gordo, and we end up climbing up. And, yeah, we can actually get the Crystal Shard now, and also we actually have an ability to actually get rid of the Scarfies now. I think that's probably the most important thing. Maybe, hopefully, we can actually get some more progress. And that's the next final crystal shard of a level. That's our PB. And now we have beaten our personal best of reaching 2-1, getting, you know, the 2 out of 3 crystal shards. Getting rid of you. Yeah, I'm not taking any chances. I do like the range on this attack though, I must say. Gonna go through. Yeti's trying to munch at us. Get rid of you. I'm gonna wait for you to try and attack. There we go, and now we skip. And yeah, that new PB. Let's go. Let's go. So the second level is the Ruins themed level, and we no longer need this. I'm gonna grab this. What ability do I want in this level? I'm gonna grab you. Oh, actually, I know what ability I want. Give me your ability. I definitely want... I just reacted to that. Yeah, this is just a really good ability. Again, the ability to just kind of like tap for enemies. And yeah, if you try and run under these will insta-kill you, so be careful. Just gonna wait for that to fall. Yeah, you can also just kind of like hold the ability and then it just kind of carries you. I think there are actually like 2 instances where you actually have to use stone and needle. There's these enemies down here. We do not want to deal with them. Go up here. I don't think there's an ability required for this level. I could be wrong. My memory is a little bit hazy. Come on, make it up top. Let's go. Got that. And yeah, we're just going over top section. I'm not taking any risks. And yeah, there's like, because there's like these enemies that try to, if you try to like go underneath them, they'll try and drop on top here, and then that's like an easy way to take damage. And what we'll do is we're just gonna do this and fire a projectile every now and then. Okay, that's the end of this room. So, second room is this room. This is kind of where like the 3D can be a little bit, you know, dare I say, strange. Oh yeah, there's like these enemies as well. So we do. I saw you. Is we just jump on this here. I just want to get rid of you. I know you're gonna try and like get me at some point. There's you. And there's you. And there's you. That's our first crystal shard. Out of 3 for the level. Getting rid of you. Oh, I did not see that enemy at all. Yeah, this is a scary section. We're just gonna like... And now we're just gonna run, 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 and let's go. So yeah, we got a water section. We're just gonna like take it slow, carefully. There's these fish and there's the fish. Again, these areas, you step on it, they'll rise up and then try to crush you. So what we're gonna do. Oh, and there's also these enemies that also throw cutter projectiles. So let's watch that out. There's this. Nope. Oh, I saw that happen. The moment I ended up going up, I knew it was all over. I knew it was all over. That sucks. Well, unfortunately, we're just going to do the second round of just erasing every save file. And we're going to try attempt number 7. Yeah, attempt number 7. That sucks. Yeah. That's extremely unfortunate. Anyways. It is a new run. Let us hope we actually get somewhere this time. I want to get past... I want to at least see if I can beat, like, World 2 by the end of the stream. That way, then, at least, then I know that, yeah, I've made good progress. But, yeah, let's actually, Really? That's how I die. That's how I lose the run. Okay. I feel like... that's such a dumb way to lose a run. Unfortunately, that's just... Ugh. Yeah, it's so annoying when, like, you die to just, like, a tiny mistake. That's, like, the absolute worst thing is, like, you know you failed, but it's because you're, like, you did something stupid, you know? Yeah, I'm just gonna, like, get you. I'm just gonna probably go ability list for now. There's, like, you know what? Never mind. Yeah, I'll just go ability. I think it might actually be a little bit easier to go ability list for, like, this whole tutorial area. I don't know. I'm gonna spit you out, and I'm actually going to get that. grab that crystal shard, and we're just gonna like, yeah, abuse cutter. And yeah, just make our way through this whole section. The mini-boss, we're just gonna like, do this. And we're immediately gonna beeline it out. And yeah, we're just gonna like, I'll stick with this. You know what? I feel like I'm underestimating this ability. Just double cutter. The distance it travels, plus the size of it, actually makes it a little. It actually makes it a little bit more viable. You know, makes it a little bit more viable. Yeah. So we do want bomb. I'm gonna get rid of you, and again, I do want fireworks. And we get fireworks. Yeah, fire and bomb actually is probably one of the better abilities in the game. Yeah, I keep on making like really silly mistakes, or like there's just game mechanics. What we do. Oh, well that was easy. Yeah, I feel like there is going to be a run where I am going to take damage on that fight. I can already tell that is going to happen. 100%. We're just gonna stick with this ability for now. And we're just gonna like try and... Now, I could use Stone and Cutter, but again, we are banning that for obvious reasons. Again, invulnerability would just make run incredibly boring. And we don't want to have a boring run. But yeah, I mean... Other video games I played, I grew up with a lot of Nintendo 64 games, so the first Nintendo game... So the first... Well, actually, let's talk about, like, what my first video game was. The first video game I ever played was Kirby's Adventure for the Nintendo Entertainment System. I was born, like, again, I was born on, like, near the end of the 2000s, essentially. So, again, we had, like, the NES console, I never grew up with a SNES, so I only had, like, essentially two games. Super Mario Brothers and Duck Hunt. Like, we had Duck Hunt, but because we did not have a light gun accessory, we could never actually play Duck Hunt. We had the CRT, because that's one of the things required to play Duck Hunt, but we never had one of those, like, light gun accessories to actually play Duck Hunt. So, unfortunately, yeah, we had a cartridge of, like, Super Mario Brothers Duck Hunt Hybrid, but we could never actually, like, get past the title screen of Duck Hunt, because again, we just didn't have the light gun accessory. I'm gonna jump down here, and we're just gonna play it here. But yeah, I didn't play Super Mario Brothers because like Kirby's Adventure was what kind of like caught my eye more. And yeah, like Kirby's Adventure, I actually made it quite far, all things considered. I actually made it like almost to the end of the game. I still, like, looking back, I have no idea how I managed to get past the Meta Knight boss fight, because apparently that's, like, one of the hardest boss fights in the entire game. In fact, the one boss fight I could never get past as a kid was actually Nightmare's Power Orb form. So I never even got to the second phase of Nightmare until, like, several years later. Like, many years later, when I decided to kind of revisit Kirby's Adventure in my own time. And I actually not only beat Nightmare, but I also beat the entirety Extra Mode. And, like, Extra Mode is just unforgivingly hard in Kirby's Adventure. Like, it is not easy. Oh, you're gonna jump. Okay. That's easy. Dodge. I saw, like, I saw the little animation, and I'm like, oh, that's a jump attack. That is 100% a jump attack. And we're just gonna do that. And we just use fireworks. Yeah, I kind of like fireworks range. And then we jump. Grab that. I'm just gonna, like, quickly button mash through this. There's, like, no reason to grab anything. Anyways, onwards to the third level. Actually, is there any... No, never mind. I don't think Cutter and Spark can break it. Never mind, never mind. I just overthinking everything. Don't mind me just casually overthinking everything like normal. Just gonna go for here. Again, this area, unavailable. Fireworks is actually, again, I haven't appreciated Fireworks enough. This is an insane ability to get this, to get like in the first level of the game. Not easy to get, and I just... Well, I guess we're not, using a copy ability, huh? Well, let's continue. Let's continue onwards. But yeah, Kirby's Adventure was like the very first, like, NES game that I just played in general. And yeah, I almost beat the game. The first ever Nintendo 64 game I played was actually, again, probably to no one's surprise, Super Mario 64. I almost said Superman 64. Why did I say that? But yeah, Super Mario 64 was like the first ever Nintendo 64 game I played. And I beat the game. And I remember kind of being impressed at it back in the day. Like, I remember being impressed at it, like, after I beat the game. I did not like some of the later levels, though. I did not like Tiny Huge Island. I was not a fan of Tall Tall Mountain. And then I remember TikTok Clock and Rainbow Ride, despite having kind of the unique aesthetics, I was, again, never a fan of them. And, like, looking back on... And again, Die Docs was also kind of not my thing either. And then it turns out that, like, later on, those are, like, some of, like, the worst off levels in the game. And it all makes sense. I absolutely despise Wii Mario Over the Rainbow. Wii Mario Over the Rainbow, I never beat that as a child. It's just an absolutely garbage level. Because all you do is you have to, like, use the wing cap and the cannon, and again, the wing cannon and cap can just be, like, very jank. At like the worst of times. Again, the wing cap was never an ability I was particularly proficient in. And my gameplay with the wing cap clearly showed. But yeah, like, after playing through Mario 64, like, the next game I immediately played was Banjo-Kazooie. For, again, my first ever Rareware game was Banjo-Kazooie. And, like, my only reaction I could just think of back in the day was, Mario 64 sucks in comparison. Again, immediately, like, after playing Banjo-Kazooie, I absolutely preferred the control style of Banjo-Kazooie over Mario 64 any day of the Wii. To the point where, like, I never actually beat the game because I ended up eventually having to kind of, like, attend school. You know, basically personal circumstances happened, and in the end, I basically had to, like, not play the game anymore, but then, like, other games came out, and I just got invested in all those games instead. But yeah, so, like, the best way to describe Banjo-Kazooie is it's got a lot more, like, rigid and tight gameplay compared to Mario 64's more, like, fluid mechanics. Again, how does that not... I'm gonna do this. I'm going to do this. You're going to turn around. And I'm going to do this. And then, yep, that's the first boss done. Or first phase, sorry. We got 2 hits in. Good. And we're just going to, like, slowly inch up. Again. Well, I guess we're just gonna, like, do it this way, huh? It's gonna try and spit at us. We're gonna not allow that. And hopefully... There we go. Jump. Grab the Crystal Shard level. And we're going to end up, once again, we're gonna get Stone and Spark from the second level, because I am not gonna try and carry, because otherwise we can't get the crystal shard, because we have to actually, you know, we don't get stone, we only get stone in the first section, and we can't, like, separate mix abilities. So that's the thing, like, you can't really separate mix abilities. I'm just gonna blitz through here. Well, that missed. So yeah, basically, it's just... Yeah, I grew up on a lot of, like, Nintendo 64 games. We ended up actually getting, like, Superman 64. Not Superman 64. I do want to, like, again, showcase why, you know, a lot of people think that bad, you know, are wrong when they think that certain bad video games are bad. Because, like, yeah, obviously, there are a lot of modern games nowadays that were released in a half-finished state. But at the same time, like, those games are still very much playable. And you just... How do I explain this? You don't have games that are, like, absolutely appalling quality that, you know, you can't patch out. Like, I mean, Scarlet and Violet, Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet kinda tried to prove otherwise. I mean, I still don't understand why the Pokemon Company released it in the state they released it in. I am still baffled to this day. Is there... There's actually a bit of a delay in this attack. Okay. Jump. Yeah, so like the rock bounces off of projectiles, but the actual beam does not. Okay, that might actually be important to know when using this ability. But yeah, it's just... How do I explain this? Yeah, Superman 64 is basically a textbook of example of, while, you know, you may think this AAA, you may think this buggy and unpolished game might be absolutely appalling quality. Superman 64 is that game which proves that, like, it could be so much worse. It could have been so much worse off compared to the current release. Like, again, Superman 64 doesn't even, like, play properly. Like, it's got, again, because most of the time, like, yeah, it's, like, performance issues and maybe, like, a memory leak or something like that, which will eventually cause the game to crash. But it's not like the game itself is, like, broken from the very first level, like Superman 64, with its infamous, and the fact it's, like, an infamous ring flying. The best way to, like, describe Superman is it's essentially a ring flying simulator. That's pretty much the best way to describe it. Because most people aren't even going to get past the very first level. They're just going to, like... They won't get past the rings, and then they'll just be stuck flying through rings, like, for the entire game. Because they won't be able to get through that. Now, there is actually kind of, like, the beta version. The beta version of the ROM did actually get released at some point afterwards. And the beta version actually plays... It's actually more fun to play than the original game. To the point where a lot of people, like, yeah, it's definitely still, like, terrible. It's still terrible, but, like, because, like, less rings and the controls are slightly better and whatnot, it's actually a much more enjoyable game, just overall, compared to its, like, final release product. Which I think is quite funny when you think about it, like, again, the whole, like, executives, like, again, Titus, I think is the company name, ended up releasing a product that was, like, woefully unfinished. And I just want to get rid of you. There we go. But yeah, like, basically, Superman 64 is basically the prime example of, like, when executive action goes horribly, horribly wrong. I'm gonna wait for you to try and punch. Oh, that was a bit risky. But yeah, Superman 64 showcases that, like, your buggy, unfinished game could be so much worse off than you think. It could be so much worse off than you think. Yeah, so after I played Banjo-Kazooie as kind of like my second N64 game, my memory on what the third game I played was extremely hazy. Again, I Oh. Oh, okay, so inhaling 2 different enemies actually gives you... That's interesting to know. I'll throw that. Yeah, that works. Do. Lower this down. Yeah, I think these actually can damage you. The reason why I'm being careful is these can, I believe, damage you while they are falling down. I could be wrong. I could be totally wrong, but I think they can get rid of that enemy. I think... Oh, no, we're not over yet. But yeah, basically, I think the 3rd Nintendo 64 game I played was Mario Kart 64. I could be wrong. I actually didn't think I was going to get past that. There's this section. I want to get rid of you. Go on here. Go here. Oh, wait. They can jump? Okay, so I think I just... Can I damage this one? Yes, I can. Got that. Again, it's much easier to just... And that's the first section done. Yeah, this is kind of quite a spooky level, all things considered. Can I? No, that's not going to like lure down. Okay. I'm going to go like that. On, needle. Drill. I think, yeah, Stone and Needle is probably one of my favorite abilities in this game. I do like how it ended up creating inspiration for the Needle ability for Kirby and the Forgotten Land. Because, like, again, even though Drill is not a good ability, I do think it inspired... Didn't it inspire, like, the Drill Mushroom as well? I'm gonna go down here and get rid of you. Can I? Yep. Man, the fact that, like, you can actually put the drill downwards and try and, like, if there's, like, an enemy in a very awkward location. And the fact that you can just sit there, like... Yeah, the ability to attack enemies underneath you is extremely useful. I think it's actually probably one of my favorite properties about a drill. I'm gonna drop down. And I'll try and go up. And now we're just gonna, like, again, beeline it through here. And that's the next one. You can actually, swim here as well. Yeah, so if you use, like, a, ability underwater, you move much slower. Like, you end up actually moving super slowly. I'm gonna see if I can, Let's go. You are not gonna hit me this time. I'm gonna be very careful. Okay, well, we're obviously going to go all the way up here. And I'm just gonna do this. Nope. Get out of here. Get out of here. Go up here. And we're gonna use drill to just... There is a blip. I see you there. God, this room is actually quite tough, all things considered. I'm just gonna go down. And I'm just gonna fire this. Oh, this room is actually gonna be quite painful to get through, isn't it? Actually... Okay, this room doesn't actually do anything. Just gonna heal up. Now, I'm hoping I didn't forget a crystal shard here. Yeah, this is actually quite a long level. Okay, this is actually quite a long level. Go like this. Yeah, so point stars are basically... Oh, ice. If there's a needle enemy, I'll actually, Oh, there's not a needle enemy. Okay, never mind. That is fire. Okay. As mentioned, ice and fire are a complete joke of an ability. They do absolutely nothing. That's that. We just get from here. Another ice and... Another fire and Galbos. Again, ice, fire, and spark. Okay, so, like, none of the abilities being offered are any good. I'm not getting Ice and Stone either. Ice and Stone is also not a good ability. Oh, there is Needle. Okay, let's go. We're immediately grabbing this then. Where is the ice enemy? Where is she? Where is she? Where is she? Actually, something like that. Is it back here? Yes, it is. And I missed. So it's right here. Well, we're getting the needle enemy first. We're getting this enemy first, and we're gonna try now backtrack until we meet the fire galbro of the spark enemy. She respawned. Nope. We go further back. Now we go back. Is she here? There we go. That's what I wanted to get. Because it gives us one of my favorite abilities in this game. The snowflake. And then you can just kick the enemies. We're only going to use it for, like, this room, no. But, this is actually the first King Dedede section of the game. So, King Dedede actually plays differently compared to Kirby. So basically, you have a run. I don't like this. I think this is actually my least favorite sections of the whole game. Because again, you have a very awkward attack. You can only jump once, so you can't like... And you have a very like pathetic hitbox. Like this hitbox is actually laughably bad. This actually makes this like a really scary section. So we're gonna take out you. And now you got like a jump. Okay, so we got a jump. Oh, we got both. Okay, let's go. We got a jump. Jump. And we get a crystal shard. Now we drop down. And we drop down. Yeah, this is basically a maze. This is basically a maze. And yeah, all we have to do now is we have to get to like the top right section. There's that enemy. That's actually a spark enemy. That enemy gives out spark. We're not going to deal with that enemy. There's nothing in there of value. We're going to climb further up. We're going to jump that. Is there anything here? Nope, there's nothing here. That's, I think, the end of a level. Yep, that's the end of a level. Yeah, I don't like the King Dedede sections at all. I think the King Dedede sections are really, really bad. Anyways, second level. We drop down. This is actually the first mandatory use of stone. I'm going to do this for safety. Yeah, Snowflake is just, again, incredible of an ability. It does take a while to set up, but, like, once you set it up, it's a really good ability. Oh, yeah, we're not gonna, like... I think you can still be damaged while setting up, though. I think that is kind of, like, the one risk of the ability. So, yeah, we just do this. But yeah, this is actually one ability that's actually required to get a crystal shard. Is this... Yeah, I think this is the area. As you can see, there is a brown projectile, a brown block there that requires stone. And I don't think you actually get stone in this room. Okay, yeah, so I don't think you get stone. Okay, well, note to self, we're gonna have to redo this level. We're just gonna, like, go through. We're just gonna, like, completely ignore you enemies. Yep, okay, we're gonna have to, like, actually redo this level. Not the first section, specifically. Oh, yeah, like, this room actually has, like, 2 paths, and I think one leads to a crystal shard while the other doesn't. Is it this one that leads to a crystal shard? Because that skull's facing this side? Nope, it... Actually, can we go back up? We can. Okay, that's cool. I didn't even think that we could actually go back up. I thought we were going to have to, like, redo the whole level. And, again, we're not allowed to retry. Oh, yeah. Okay, well, I did not expect that at all. That sucks. That sucks. We gotta do that whole second level all over again. That sucks. That's actually... Ugh. Well... Attempt number 9. Let's hope that attempt number 9 we actually don't die to that, I guess. And we just go for here. I'm just gonna sleep. It's so odd that, like, they don't have analog stick input for this game, but I guess because it is a 2D platformer, I guess having 2D wasn't, like, necessary. I guess. Like, having it, like, wasn't necessary, I suppose. Do I end up... I'll just combine it with Cutter again, actually. I think combining with Cutter is more ideal. Go like that. Yeah, I think double Cutter, I don't know. I think I might actually be overestimating Fire Cutter. What I'd probably want to do though is I want to like get that. Actually, do I? You know what? I think I'll get like. I think I'll actually import. I think I'll import Needle. Do I import? Actually, you know what? For fun, I'll grab Needle. I'll grab Needle, and then I'll just carry it through as much of a level as I can. You're gonna throw. We're gonna jump over you. I pressed B. I pressed the B button and it didn't actually register. It didn't actually register. That was actually input delay, I think. Or maybe it's just a skill issue on my part, who knows. I guess we're doing attempt number 10. Attempt number 10 it is, I suppose. Well, that stinks. Yeah, but note to self, for that one cave level, the left path is a mini boss is like directly below you. Then again, I could also that mini boss can also be a fun little way to show off another enemy mechanic, I suppose. Go Needle, and just gonna wait for you to throw. I'm gonna stick you. I'm gonna combine both. And we're just gonna like munch enemies alive. Again, we're just gonna get the dental care ability. Chop this. And we just, again, I think this ability is kind of like one of the more unique ones. It is definitely more of like a nightmare fuel ability compared to the other ones. Like, you know, Kirby just, again, becomes an eldritch creature of habit. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to go back and try and grab Needle. I've learned my mistake. And we just repeat this. And then we just eat him alive. And then we go for here. We're going to keep on powering through. Oh, well. Nope. I'm not letting you do that. Gonna wait for you. And we're gonna, like, slowly and painfully power through here. I want to combine this with Bomb, actually. And fun fact, Needle of Bomb will actually be required later in the game anyway, so... What to do is we go like this. And we become a Gordo. It's not the best ability, but it's not the worst one in the world either. It does also kind of give you a little bit of, like, movement ability. Yeah, so you just, again, it's not the best ability, but, like, it is kind of like a little interesting one. Really? It doesn't have very much range. Okay, no, I think Needle and Bomb is actually a garbage ability. Go like that. Yeah, we have to, like... Yeah, this is not a good ability. Okay, never mind. This ability is trash. This is not... No, this ability is actually This ability is like an E tier ability. This thing is, I mean, it's usable, but like this ability is just bad. It's so bad. Anyways, second level. I really want to like get to the beat the second world. Okay. Damn it. Damn it. I saw the bomb, I hesitated, and I should have just kept on running. You know, I should have literally just kept on, like, going for it. Unfortunately, I feel like that's my biggest problem, is that I just hesitate sometimes. Because, like, again, the screen is not very, like, zoomed out. And that's kind of, like, why I'm so nervous to just kind of, like, make a mad dash for it. I'm gonna go here. Hold down the B button. We're gonna go up. Hold down the B button. Hold down the B button. Oh, but you can't even, like, combine it like that. Okay. You know what? Fire. Is there a cutter anywhere? There is. I saw you trying to throw. And we're just gonna go like that. Go like that. Hold it up. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna stick with fire and cutter. Nope. Yeah, there's like a lot of easy ways to take damage in this run. So yeah, this is gonna be like this game, to like balance out the difficulty, is very generous with its healing capabilities. And yeah, like just like keep on mashing that, and we're just gonna go on through. Yeah, World 4 is gonna be like the major roadblock of this whole run. I already know it, because you have to take bomb and stone throughout literally the entire second level of Neostar. And like, it's an ability that can damage the player. So like, it's an absolutely terrible ability to have to like rely on. Actually, if I recall correctly, isn't there like bomb? Isn't there like bomb? I'm gonna go like this. I'm gonna go like that. I'm gonna kill you, grab you, and we're gonna like do this. There we go. Yeah, I think that actually might be an easy way of getting bomb and fire, actually. I think I might actually resort to that from now on. What we do. I didn't even realize he had that jump attack. That was actually kind of a surprise. Again, we're just now seeing new attacks that we haven't seen yet, because we've just ended up trying to basically power through every boss. Then we got second level. Yeah, again, let's actually play this smart this time. Yeah, I think Firework is actually the way to go for like the rest of the game. Yeah, there's... What other mandatory abilities? There's stone... Okay, so there's Firework. There's actually Stone and Electric. Well, Stone and Spark. We've already done that. There's Base Stone by itself. Then there's... What else is there? After that, there is actually Spark and Bomb. Believe it or not. There is actually one section in the whole game that actually requires that combination of abilities specifically. Then after that, World 3 has Ice and Bomb. It has Fire and Stone. And then I believe there's actually, yes, Stone and Cutter. So there's like Stone and Cutter is like the next one. So, yeah, well, I'm just probably gonna like... Yeah, I'm probably not gonna like... Can you go through... Oh, you have to like hold the button. Man, that's such a, like, really awkward way of... Nope. I'm just gonna sit there. Oh, god damn it. Well, that was kind of a mistake. Jump. I'm gonna wait for you to do a jump. And we're just gonna get double spot. That's what I wanted to get. And, okay. Yeah, the movement. Then we just get through here. Yeah, the rest of this section is fairly easy, so we'll just power through. We're just gonna, like, stand here. We're just gonna, like, what? Yeah, after I played Nintendo 64, so, like, I played Mario 64, Banjo-Kazooie, I played Mario Kart 64, I think was, like, the third game I played. For my birthday, I got Donkey Kong 64, with the which was pre-included with the expansion pack. I feel like, again, Donkey Kong 64 is a game, like, that while it is flawed, it still benefits from being a very unique game to this day. So, like, Donkey Kong 64, like, yeah, you could argue the worlds are too big. Yeah, Gloomy Galleon is arguably a horrible... It's just what not to do in a 3D platformer. And then, like, yeah, it may be so hard to the point where, like, most children back in the day couldn't beat the game. And then you could also argue that, like, having all the backtracking to the tag barrel and whatnot. And I think the tag barrel is, to an extent, a legitimate criticism of the game. Even I will say that it's much better to play the game with a tag anywhere mod. That way then it just decreases the amount of time you have to spend actually playing, you know, going all the way back to a tag barrel and then going all the way just to change the Kong, to grab one specific collectible and then end up going once again. Oh yeah, you gotta like redo the whole process. Like, yeah, you do a specific action with this character, you gotta go back to tag barrel. Then you gotta like change to this Kong, do a specific action with this Kong, go all the way back. But I think the game also does a fairly reasonable job of just limiting that as much as possible. I mean, there are obviously some devious areas where that is not the case. But, like, again, those devious situations are kind of so few and far between that, like, it doesn't matter anyway. But yeah, I feel like, in my opinion, like, Donkey Kong 64, while it definitely very much has its flaws, I still do think it's a very much a beloved game. Like, again, I feel like Donkey Kong 64 really kind of, like, helped push the boundaries of 3D platformers, more specifically, like, collect-a-thon games. And I also do like it for having, like, Lanky Kong, Tiny, and Chunky Kong. I do think, like, I do like those characters. I think those characters are really enjoyable new characters. I mean, obviously, you have Donkey Kong and you have Diddy Kong from the Donkey Kong Country games. Yes, there are people who are, like, upset that, oh, Dixie Kong wasn't a thing, but, like, I feel like with Tiny Kong, I feel like Dixie and Tiny are, like, again, different enough, because, like, Tiny is meant to be, like, more nimble, and then Dixie Kong is probably supposed to be, like, stronger or something like that. At least it's, like, what my headcanon is. And I do think, legitimately, like, Tiny Kong is, like, one of the best characters in the whole game. Okay, that was actually kind of risky. But yeah, I do think that Tiny Kong is, like, one of my favorite Kongs in that game, just purely for the fact that, like, she's, again, got the whole ponytail twirl ability. So that way, then, she can actually kind of, like, again, you play as Tiny Kong, once you have the ponytail ability, full damage basically is non-existent. Because you just end up holding, as long as you stay in the ponytail state, you will not take any full damage at all. Like, no matter how far down you fall, full damage just doesn't exist. However, the moment you let go of that A button, you're taking full damage. But so basically, like, the best thing to do is essentially just, like,
just hold A, wait until you hit the ground, and then, like, try again. But then, Banjo-Tooie. I think Banjo-Tooie, between Banjo-Kazooie and Banjo-Tooie, I think for replayability, I'm more of a Banjo-Tooie person. Because again, there's less collectibles required to actually beat the game. Now you could argue like, oh, like the game is just like worse because it runs at a lower performance than on the Nintendo 64. So like, again, I would say like, the Xbox version of Banjo-Tooie is worse than the original because of the locked frame rate. So a lot of people point to the Canary Mary boss fight as to like why the game is so much worse than Kazooie. And the Canary Mary fight is actually harder because again, the Canary Mary fight in the original Banjo-Kazooie and Tooie games, like the Canary Mary race in Nintendo 64 was actually balanced around having a inconsistent frame rate. So there were certain areas of Cloud Cookie Land where the Canary Mary race, the frame rate would actually kind of drop. So you'd have, yeah, there were like legitimately areas where, you know, you had opportunities to get like, because the game determines the player's speed, like movement speed in that race by essentially how many button presses do you do every like X amount of frames on average. And because in Banjo-Tooie, that race was determined by being a 30 FPS game. That game was determined because the game's like, oh yeah, like it's assuming button presses every 30 frames a second. And because of that, by locking it to a doubled frame rate, essentially a doubled frame rate, it kind of bugged out the whole... It kind of bugs out the entire race, which is why the race is just so hard, because again, it's double the base frame rate, and it's essentially locked frame rate. So like, instead of being like, oh, 30 frames, and then it varies, it ends up varying. It's 60 FPS, and it's locked to 60 FPS, meaning there's no frame drops to kind of take advantage of. And that's the last thing. And again, like, that completely breaks the whole race. That's the reason why there's like the whole like argument of, oh, you need a turbo controller to end up getting anywhere. And like, yeah, you kind of do need a turbo controller because again, the race itself is bugged. Like, again, the race is not designed for a 60 FPS game. The race was designed for being, like, 30 FPS and variable. And that's what, like, again, just totally breaks the entire... Again, it breaks the entire game as a result. Like, the game... Again, they made a change that ended up making the overall gameplay worse. Like, yeah, Pterodactyl Land now no longer runs at 10 FPS, but, like, that's no point... That doesn't mean anything if the actual game itself... If the rest of the game itself is kind of broken as a result. Again, I feel like they shouldn't have, like, callously locked the frame rate. Like, obviously, yeah, like, I would have kept it personally at 30 FPS instead of, like, 60. That way, then, it doesn't, like, break anything. And even, like, the cutscene music is kind of off as well. Because, again, like... That music was kind of like designed with a locked frame rate in mind. So basically, like, again, Banjo-Kazooie already kind of showed that, like, again, locking the frame rate, you know, when the cutscene music is built with the frame drops in mind is probably not the smartest idea. Switch Online version of Banjo-Kazooie is like 30 FPS. A locked 30 FPS, I believe. But they actually emulate the kind of frame drops during the intro cut. They ended up kind of imitating the frame drops during the original cutscene to kind of then, like, that way then the cutscene music isn't just completely off, isn't like slightly off. But yeah, in Banjo-Tooie, that music is just completely out. And I wonder how they're gonna, like, do that if they do ever re-release Banjo-Tooie on the Nintendo Switch Online's expansion pack, I wonder if they're gonna like take the time to like emulate the frame drops of every cutscene. I feel like that might actually be kind of like an interesting thing to kind of maybe discuss about. But yeah, like, again, Donkey Kong, again, Banjo-Tooie, I think is an excellent game. They're gonna try and spawn on top of me. And we'll just get rid of these enemies. Yeah. Donut Spark is actually kind of underrated, I think. I think it's underrated. It definitely is like a learning curve, but I think it's underrated. But yeah, I think the reason why like so many people dislike Banjo-Tooie is for the, God forbid, backtracking. And like for me, the backtracking is actually not that fine because in Banjo-Tooie, you can actually beat the game without ever backtracking once. Like, I don't think that's a thing that's actually brought up. Because there is one content creator who actually did a video actually proving that, you know, given that, you know, the parameters are right, even if you kind of like avoid counting detour jiggies, that you can still beat the game without ever backtracking once. With some caveats. Like, obviously, yeah, like, I feel like sometimes, like, the backtracking even doesn't really last that long anyway. And a lot of people just kind of love to overblow it out of proportion for absolutely no reason. Aside from just farming, you know, mere clout. I think Banjo-Tooie, the backtracking is not as bad in Banjo-Tooie as, like, everyone makes it out to be. I think the backtracking is actually relatively tame for the most part because, like, you can literally just play through the entire game and then you can just kind of go on a backtracking spree. And that's really, like, all you need to do. I'm just going to wait for this enemy to attack. Like, again, the backtracking spree is not as bad as everyone kind of makes it out to be. Everyone just loves to kind of, like, overblow everything out of proportion. In my opinion. At least that's kind of what I see a lot on the internet. Like, would the game be better if it had less backtracking? Probably. Probably it would have better backtracking. But I feel like, at the same time, like, it's not the end of the world if there is, like, all that backtracking. I'm gonna grab you. Probably better if I, now we throw this. We're gonna get drill. These are gonna fall down. And we're gonna try and snipe all the enemies off the distance. That's also a thing. Like, drill actually has a deceptively good range. And then you can kind of fire them in a sequence as well, and then, like, you know, enemies can't really dodge it. But yeah, I think the main highlight of Banjo-Tooie is the fact that it actually, like, enhances a bunch of Banjo-Kazooie's abilities. Like, original abilities from, like, the first game. So, Beak Buster actually... So, like, again, the movement. So, like, the Claw Swipe, like, the absolutely pathetic Claw Swipe attack has been replaced with a grounded version of the Rat-a-tat-Rap, which is, like, the one best ability in Banjo-Tooie. And then the Roll Attack, instead of just being locked to a forward movement, the Roll Attack now actually has you can turn with the Roll Attack, and I think it actually moves slightly faster as well. So again, the Roll Attack is a little bit more viable as a result. Then you have, like, again, the Rat-a-tat-Rap is kind of unchanged, but, like, that's just simply because it's the Rat-a-tat-Rap. Beak Buster can be kind of manipulated slightly, so if you're like a little bit off, target, then you actually have a way of actually, you can kind of shimmy it a little bit, and it makes it really good for, like, hitting certain, like, switches and whatnot. And then do you. Okay, yeah, having a downwards attack on this is extremely useful. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. Let that fall. Oh, I did not mean to slide there. I meant to drop through the play. I keep forgetting. I'm so used to, like, Smash Brothers mechanics where, like, you end up, or, like, yeah, you have to, like, hold down and press a button to drop through. I'm so used to that as, like, pressing a button to drop through a platform. That's just gonna be a muscle memory thing if I've ever heard of one. Yeah, like, yeah, I'm so used to video games, like, you have to press a button to end up dropping through a platform, and that's kind of what screwed me there. I assumed, oh yeah, drop through the oh yeah, like, you know, you drop through a platform, you end up just pressing, like, you know, you hold down, press a button. Nope, that's the slide attack, and I have to try and mentally note that, and that's, like, very hard for me to do. Yeah, it's like when you play, like, multiple different games, and in each, like, game has, like, different controls. That's the thing when you play 2D platformers, is you kind of have to, like, relearn all the controls. In fact, yeah, I think, like, Kirby Return to Dream, it's modern Kirby. Modern Kirby, to, like, drop through a platform, you have to, like, press down and then press a button to drop through the platform. And that's what, like, is screwing me. Yeah, I think that's the thing, like, has there, like, ever been situations where you've ended up replaying, like, a game, and then, like, because the controls are different to, like, how you're used to, the game ends up being harder as a result? I don't know, I feel like there has been quite a handful of situations in games where I'm like that, again, where, like, the controls are, like, so different from what I'm used to, that it actually ends up screwing me over. I've had that situation a lot. I'm gonna inhale you. I hate how you can't, like, throw, the, ability stars downwards. I think that's kind of, like, a bit of a letdown, in my opinion. I'm gonna jump like that, and we're gonna go like that. Throw that at you and grab fire. Yeah. Yeah, the fact that, like, I've had a lot of situations where, like, I replay a video game and then because I'm, again, played so many modern games that it just ends up kind of screwing me over in the long term. But yeah, I feel like, yeah, that's kind of like my take on, like, you know, learning controls. A lot of people, I feel like also, tutorials should always be optional. Like, tutorials should always be optional. A lot of video games, because a lot of people just love to, like, power through everything, they just end up making every tutorial completely mandatory by default. And that's an issue that actually kind of makes a lot of Pokemon games, like, not Pokemon games, but video games just in general, a little bit worse. Like, if you've already played the game, then there's, like, absolutely no reason to have the tutorial in the first place, because, like, again, you've already played through the entire game, or you've already played through an entirely similar game. You shouldn't need to, like, have to sit through however many minutes of controls just to learn, again, because the game just assumes that you're a first-time player. The fact that every single game is built in that regard kind of, like, hurts the replayability of a lot of newer video games. And, like, if a game does something totally different that it kind of warrants relearning the controls, yeah, I get it. Like, because it's a totally different gameplay loop, you're gonna have to, like, relearn the controls. But at the same time, like, if it's got the same overall controls, it's got the same mechanics as the previous game before it and, like, the previous 6 games, you shouldn't have to sit through essentially, like, an hour-long or 2-hour-long tutorial just because the game assumes that you're a first-time player. That's, like, the worst part of tutorials in video games, is when every single game kind of is like, oh, you're probably a first-time player, I'm gonna make you sit through the tutorial, even if you've already played through that game in the first place. Like, that's the thing that really annoys me. That's actually the reason why I think a lot of old-school video game, like, older video games, like this game, and then there's, like, you know, Mario 64, even if the controls and the camera have not aged well, in short, aged like milk. And, like, even Banjo-Kazooie, like, in fact, oh no. Oh, no. Oh, that was close. That was close. I actually thought I was gonna, like, screw up there, and that would have been very embarrassing. Well, I've lost the attempt count, haven't I? I've lost the attempt count. I think it's attempt number 12. I could be wrong. I should really put an attempt counter in like the corner or something, so we don't end up losing count of like what number attempt it is, or like just yeah. I think having an attempt counter would be very important for a challenge like this. Again, I do probably plan on replaying other video games in the future. Like, I'm gonna probably have more of a focus on Nintendo 64 games. But I'd probably be open to, again, like, once I get into, like, the right position, I'm kind of branching out to, like, Nintendo Switch games, or even just maybe, like, replaying some Wii U games, perhaps. Because, again, I still have a Wii U console. Did I not... Again, was I... Again, I think that actually the hitboxes overlap. Contrary to what the game thinks otherwise. I did not think that, like, Spark's hitbox was, like, deceptively smaller. Because that kind of, like, the whole, like, swirling electricity, that overlapped with the Ice Dragon. I beg to differ on that hitbox, but okay, game, you do you. But yeah, like, I have quite a lot of Nintendo Switch games. Again, I would be probably open to maybe doing like a replay through of them at some point in the future. Once I, like, you know, I don't want to like exclusively do this challenge. Like, I want to kind of like vary up the content a bit, so I'm not, you know, doing the exact same thing, because otherwise, like, it's just gonna get stale. Like, you're gonna see like the same thing like for the next 20 streams, and again, I kind of want to vary it up, you know? Variety is, like, the best thing, you know? And, yeah. Basically, how do I explain? Yeah, I want to, like, have this kind of, like, as my primary thing for now, and then, like, for the short, if I ever do, like, if I do on the days I do a short stream, what I can do then is I can just basically kind of, like, then branch out and kind of do like a bunch of like different games. So like, you know, kind of like the short streams can be focused on like the smaller games, like Banjo. If I do like, let's say, a casual playthrough of Banjo-Kazooie, for example, that could kind of be like, those could be the short stream material. That way, then it will be like easier to kind of like, oh yeah, like people can then like end up watch it. You know, if people don't want to, like, watch through, like, 6 hours of footage of a stream, for example, like, it'll be, like, the 2-hour footage, and then, like, it'll also be easier to kind of, like, archive it and basically kind of showcase and, you know, talk to others. Because, again, like, the levels in Banjo-Kazooie typically, like, are fairly short, so, like, you know, you could do 1-2 levels per stream. And I feel like that might be a really good thing. I feel like Mario 64 would also be, I mean, even if I don't prefer it as much as Banjo-Kazooie, I feel like that would also be really good because, again, you would be able to, like, I feel like being able to play games which are better for, like, short bursts would be better for short streams. So I'd be kind of, like, again, open to kind of varying up the content depending on the game itself. I'd also be open to, like, maybe playing some new... Again, once I end up in a really good position, I feel like, again, like, newer games, I'd be, again, open to, like, you know, talking to chat, kind of, like, you know, reacting to videos or something like that. I'd be open to that. But I want to kind of, like, again, get myself in the right kind of headspace first and whatnot. But yeah, that's just kind of, like, what I want to do. So, yep, King 3DD. We're gonna just sit here, damage him 3 times. We're gonna hold up. King 3DD is gonna end up in his second phase. We're just gonna damage him 3 times. Yeah, the fact that, like, the game just essentially, like, stuns him every time he takes damage makes this fight an absolute joke. Yeah, King 3DD. I'm absolutely dreading the later King DDD sections, though. The desert one is already kind of, like, unnerving enough. But trust me when I say that it gets so much worse. It gets so much worse. Oh, that was risky. I'll throw you. I think drill might actually be more ideal for this fight, but we just kind of end up with fire and cutter just because. And that hits. Okay. Now we just wait. Just gonna like sit here. Get the second hit. Okay, good. So now we're just gonna like tease him. See where the apples fall. The apples do not fall in an unideal location. And we go like that. And we got the third hit. Okay, let's go. So now we just have to like avoid taking damage, which shouldn't be that hard. Just sit there. And that's, again, we just jump. Oh, I was trying to catch it midair. Well, that's unfortunate. Anyways, that's World 1 complete. And now, onwards to World Star. Rockstar. Actually, nope, wait, I just almost forgot. We're gonna go to the second world. And we're gonna basically just do this. And we're gonna copy you. We're gonna try and get rid of you. Again, I am not using Dynamite. It is the worst ability in a whole game by a significant margin. Aside from Ice and Fire, which basically does nothing. I do not want to use an ability that actively risks damaging Kirby. Because that would be absolutely horrible. And yeah, so we're just going to jump up here. Going to do this. Going to do this. There's enemies. Yeah, I don't like the enemies that burrow out underneath the ground. They like try and ambush you. I'm not a big fan of those enemies. But I guess they're there for a reason. Gonna grab you. Gonna hold you up. Like that. Okay, how did I miss that? I'm gonna get rid of you. I'm gonna go out. Gonna wait for you to do a big bounce. That. And grab that. And now we exit. Yeah. So that is World 1 completed. Now we got the second level. And we're just gonna like do this all over again and hopefully not choke in the process. Yeah. Yeah, Nintendo Switch games. A lot of people love the whole like big AAA open world games. I have never been a fan of the big AAA open world games. I think I'm not a big fan of like gigantic games in general, just because then like they're good for like long form content maybe, but like they're not good for like short form content because they have to commit such an insane amount of time to those games, and sometimes like you're just not in like a good financial position. Like, you know, it's just, how do I explain this? Like, you have to really like be willing to invest a very, very large amount of time into those games. Like, Breath of the Wild, I mean, Horizon Zero Dawn, Tears of the Kingdom, like, any like, truly massive game, you have to, like, be mentally prepared to, like, sink a lot of time in those games. And often, like, a lot of open world games, I feel like, are a little too empty, if that makes sense. Like, I feel like, yeah, having an again, I feel like a lot of things that a lot of open world games tend to have the habit of suffering from. It's just a very bland, empty world. And that's like the one thing you don't want in an open world game. Like, you want to have like, you also don't want to like overwhelm the player. You have to like, you don't want to like, again, overwhelm the player. There we go. Yeah, you don't want to like overwhelm the player just by having like an insane amount of like insanely large world and then just having like things very like sparsely placed out. I feel like that's an easy way to kind of like turn off certain players. Like, obviously, like, yeah, there are some players who enjoy having like an utterly gigantic open world game. But I feel like if you're making an open world game, like, first of all, like, you gotta keep the size at least. You gotta keep the size modest, and you gotta keep the size like, you gotta keep the content density at least dense enough to keep players engaged, but not too dense to overwhelm the player. But you also don't want it to be too empty so as then, like, it's just empty space that you're just crossing over and over again. Also, traversal. I think traversal is, like, another big factor as to why open world games tend to be kind of a mixed bag for me. Again, because I don't like spending, like, half the playthrough essentially just traveling and nothing else. Because that's, like, an easy way for me to, like, lose engagement with an open world game. And, yeah, like, Breath of the Wild especially kind of, like, suffered from that problem. It just, for me, it just didn't have, it didn't really have any content to keep me engaged. Because it just, like, again, a lot of it, like, the Great Plateau was an amazing tutorial section, as is the Great Sky Island. Like, the tutorial sections are really good, but, like, after that, I feel like the difficulty and, like, the quality of the game just kind of started to flatline a little bit. Because you have, like, again, the Great Plateau, amazing tutorial, amazing tutorial that teaches you kind of, like, all the core mechanics of the game. The problem with Breath of the Wild is it's not really a Legend of Zelda game in spirit, because the gameplay is just so wildly different. Like, I think the only thing that Breath of the Wild has in common with Zelda games is kind of like characters to an extent. I think that is literally the only thing the game has in common. Oh yeah, that's like you as well. But yeah, I feel like, yeah, Breath of the Wild, like, it has characters in common, but that's, like, pretty much it. There's no, again, there's no, like, you don't have heart container pieces. I mean, they instead replace them with kind of spirit orbs. Which I think is, again, for an open world game, I guess kind of makes sense, but, like, it kind of, like, removes a lot of what makes Zelda Zelda. And then there's also, like, there's no permanent abilities. I think the weapons breaking is, like, again, one of my major pet peeves of Breath of the Wild. And, like, I feel like anyone who's kind of a detractor of Breath of the Wild can kind of confirm that, yeah, the weapon durability system is not the best implemented weapon durability. I feel like, yeah, Tears of the Kingdom, like, Breath of the Wild should have really had, like, a full-on, like, crafting system instead of just being limited exclusively to cooking meals. And I feel like even cooking meals essentially kind of, like, trivializes the entire game. So the problem, like, Genshin Impact kind of rectifies it by essentially having a, the player having essentially a fullness meter. And then, yeah, the fullness meter essentially is like, yeah, the player can only eat however many times. And then, like, once they've eaten enough food, they can't end up eating again. And I feel like that's a big factor into why kind of Genshin Impact. I feel like, yeah, Genshin Impact, I'm not a big fan of, like, gacha games in general. Like, I feel like gacha games are like, okay, yes, I remembered to just simply press down that time. I feel like it might be, though, a little bit easier. God, there's, like, so many. You know what? I'm just going to do it this way. And just wait. And now we just beeline it. I think it's just safer if I just use the down attack more. I'm hesitating on using the down attack more, and it's getting me killed. It's getting me ending the run. Anyways, just going to, like, beeline it through this area. But yeah, for me, Breath of the Wild does a lot of things right. The problem with Breath of the Wild is it does a lot of things wrong, though. And I feel like the shrines are probably, like, the biggest thing that hold the game back, in my honest opinion. Yeah, so, like, the shrines, I feel like the shrines are a little bit too easy. Yeah, the shrines kind of, like, end up making the game way too easy, in my opinion. Nope. What if I... Oh, I was trying to, like, use the downwards attack to try and get rid of him. That sucks. That genuinely stinks. Well, we're just going... We do it all over again. Well, I guess this is attempt number 13. Yay. And then we had that one short-lived run. So, yep, attempt number 13. Let's actually start attempt number 13. That sucks. Well, it's extremely unfortunate. I feel like... Yeah. What else could I say? Yeah, Breath of the Wild. I feel like, again, shrines are like one thing that really hold the game back. Again, I feel like shrines, honestly, could have... I feel like every single shrine could have afforded to be at least, like, as long as the tutorial shrines, and then they just decided not to because it would just probably alienate the player base. And I feel like that's one of, like, the big weak links of the game. Is, again, I feel like, again, they could have done so much more with the shrines, and then they just kind of chose not to, and I didn't get any belief. Well, you know, we just won't use it then, I suppose. But yeah, a lot of people were like... Yeah, I do like the concept of the shrines. I don't like the execution. I feel like Tears of the Kingdom did them both better and worse compared to Breath of the Wild. Like, yeah, Breath of the Wild... Now, don't get me wrong, Breath of the Wild had some truly amazing shrines in, like, the Blue... And even, like, trial quests in, like, Blue Flame and the Thunder Plateau. The problem is that it was just so few and far between. So few and far between that, like, again, it's so easy to, like, notice the bad shrines when you see them. Because, like, again, there's, like, an oversaturation of the Test of Strength shrines. Again, the Test of Strength shrines would have been fine if they were a lot more varied compared to, like, Breath of the Wild. Ooh. Yeah, again. Really? That's how I take damage? Damn it. Well, attempt number 14. Let's hope we don't end up making yet another stupid mistake. But yeah. Again, some of the shrines in Breath of the Wild are actually, like, really good. And I feel like, again, Eventide Island is, like, the best one in the whole game for good reason. I feel like Eventide Island really just kind of, like... It took what makes Breath of the Wild without just completely destroying the core mechanics of the game. I'm just gonna, like, do this. But yeah, like, Tears of the King... Breath of the Wild's Eventide Island is probably the best aspect of the entire game for... Again, I feel like... Again, you have... There's also Thundera Plateau, but then again, the difficulty of that is raining. Is the fact it's always raining and thunderstorming. And so the difficult aspect of that comes from the fact that, like... I feel like, though, it makes it much easier if you can just kind of, like, run to... Like, just kind of paraglide to the tallest area where one of the orbs is. Because then that kind of, like, ends up making it really easy. There we go, you can get rid of you. But yeah, I think Thunder Plateau is very easy. It, like, is probably one of the better shrines in the game. Again, I feel like there are some really good, like, puzzle shrines in Breath of the Wild. But then the problem is like, so many of the puzzle shrines are just kind of, like, one thing and then done. It's just kind of like a one and done thing. So, like, you know, Shadow of the Heavens is just like a double bomb, a very, very basic double bomb shrine. But then there's, like, nothing else to it, like, afterwards. Yeah, and get bombed. Yeah, again, Breath of the Wild is kind of... It's kind of like in an odd spot, in my opinion. Grab you. Yeah, a lot of, like, Breath of the Wild's difficulty kind of, like, comes from the fact that, like, the first, like, kind of, like... Nope. Stay away from you. Grab you. But yeah, like, there are some shrines in Breath of the Wild that are, like, incredibly easy. Again, and then there are just some that are like, why are they here? So, like, there are some shrines... I feel like, again, the game suffers from having too many Test of Strength shrines and too many Blessing shrines. Yeah, too many Test of Strength shrines and too many Blessing shrines are what really hold the game back. But yeah, I feel like, again, too many Blessing... There are too many... not necessarily too many blessing shrines, but too many blessing shrines that are just kind of unnecessary for, like, what you have to go through. Like, oh, you discover this, like, slightly hidden cave. Boom, you get a blessing shrine. I feel like that's, like, again, a very poor way of rewarding the player. Because it makes, like, it means that, like, it makes some shrines, like, the reward does not, like, the kind of, like, benefit does not outweigh the, like, what you have to invest. And I feel like, again, some shrines are, like, you know, to get to some shrines are, like, low risk, but then, like, the reward is really high. Or even, like, free. And then you have, like, situations where, like, the shrines are incredibly difficult. And then, like, they don't give you a good enough, like, reward afterwards. And I feel like that's a thing that plagues Breath of the Wild a lot. Also, the fact that, like, everything just has a habit of just kind of, like, looking the same. I mean, yeah, there are some distinct areas like Hebra, you got the Gerudo region and whatnot. And then you got, like, Death Mountain. And then also, I guess, like, the entirety of Zora's Domain. And then the Faron Woods area. But, like, I feel like there are some areas that do kind of have a habit of just kind of, like, blending into each other and not in a good way. And then that kind of, like, holds the game back slightly. And then, like, the Divine Beasts, I will say, right away, that Thunderblight Ganon and the whole, like, the entire, like, Gerudo side quest is easily the best one in the entire game. For a pretty good reason. Basically, the fact that, like, they combine, like, several different aspects and they have a genuinely fun Divine Beast combat section is what elevates it. And then also having, like, a Divine Beast where, like, with the main gimmick of the Divine Beast, you actually have to think. Like, again, electrical circuitry puzzle shrines are, like, the best shrines in Breath of the Wild, and the fact that you have an entire Divine Beast kind of, like, centered around that mechanic is really cool. Which is why I typically either do the Divine Beast Boris last, or I just end up doing the Divine Beast Boris only, and then, like, none of the other Divine Beasts. I will say, like, for being the hardest Divine Beast and for being overall the hardest quest in the game, they do give you, like, the best ability in the game in Abosa's Fury. Like, literally with the right setup, you can basically just kind of, like, insta-KO a Silver Lionel. Like, you can just basically Stasis plus Silver Lionel and then just kind of combine Abosa's Fury in, like, the strongest weapon you can and then just kind of, like, immediately nuke it into Oblivion. That is totally a thing you can do. I think my least favorite Divine Beast is definitely Divine Beast Marmadeau. I think Marmadeau is, like, the easiest Divine Beast. It has, like, the simplest, like, pre-Divine Beast quest compared to all of them. But it does give you, like, probably the most useful traversal ability in the game. I would actually say, like, the first Divine Beast you should probably go for if you're playing through Breath of the Wild is Varmeadow. Simply because, again, having free updrafts is really useful. I do, however, think that the Sage abilities are done a lot better than in, you know, Tears of the Kingdom. The Sage abilities are done a lot worse than Tears of the Kingdom. There's Chillin's Gust, which is, like, the one only good, reasonably good one. But then the problem with the other Divine Beast abilities is that they end up... So, not the Divine... Sage abilities, what am I saying? Yeah, like, the Sage abilities... I feel like it implemented a lot worse than Breath of the Wild's kind of, like, more passive abilities. And, like, the more passive abilities, again, really make it better. But yeah, the passive abilities, again, you have Chillin's Gust, which, again, very, very useful for traversal. Then you have what was it, like, you know, you have Yunobo's attack. Again, I absolutely dislike Yunobo's attack. I do not like it. I think it's actually, like, again, the way they implemented it is the problem, in my opinion. But yeah, Yunobo does not have a fun ability to use. Sidon, I mean, to be fair, like, Prince Sidon's ability is, like, again, like, is essentially like a reusable Daruk's protection. But I feel like Sidon's Sage ability, again, isn't necessary. Like, yeah, it can keep you cool in the desert, and, like, that's probably, like, the one major thing. But, like, honestly, you're probably just better off, like, using heat-resistant equipment in the first place. But yeah, I feel like, and then you also have like the splash property that was introduced in Tears of the Kingdom as well. I think the worst one though, has to be like the problem is Riju. I mean, it's definitely like free lightning attack is really, a free lightning attack where an arrow hits is really cool, but like, not only do you have to like charge it up, but then you also have to basically, you know, kind of fire it in time. Otherwise, they just kind of like remove the kind of like charge effect you've actually put up. But yeah, I think, in my opinion, yeah, the Sage abilities, I think it's actually more enjoyable to play Tears of the Kingdom and not doing like any of the, you know, regional phenomena quests. Because I feel like then the whole boss rush gauntlet is actually worse off, in my opinion, with their, like, with all the sages. And then, like, yeah, I prefer having, like, the boss rush because, again, the whole, like, they just, I feel like, yeah, having a bunch of, like, meandering fools wandering around is just, like, I don't like having a bunch of, like, NPCs, like, again, with questionable AI just kind of running amok and shit. I don't like that. And I feel like, again, like, the dubious AI really, like, makes it worse to deal with them. Because, like, there are so many situations where, like, you're trying to do one specific strategy and then they do something else that, like, completely undermines the whole strategy when you don't want it to. But yeah, because, again, like, the way I dealt with the final boss rush is essentially, you know, again, ice and electric weapons are still broken. I feel like there's one kind of major criticism from Breath of the Wild is that, like, there are still broken, is what was broken in Breath of the Wild is still broken in Tears of the Kingdom. Like, when you abuse it. And again, Tears of the Kingdom, unfortunately, like, I feel like it's easier to abuse those mechanics, especially because of, like, new, like, weapon bases and weapon types. But that's just kind of like me. I feel like, again, for me, the early game is, like, again, very, very, very difficult. But I don't think it's what I would say is hard. It's not what I say is, like, you know, balance. Like, again, there are some hard areas of Tears of the Kingdom, don't get me wrong, like, the depths. The depths are gonna be hard, like, again, because of all, like, the gloom vomited everywhere. And that's just kind of, like, a main factor. I think the depths, though, is definitely one of the more interesting parts of the game for me. Because, again, like, there's just so many, like, again, like, the amiibo collectibles you can get. The amiibo collectibles are a thing. And yes, like, you can still get them through the amiibo, but, like, you don't have to now, like, do the whole game in a sense. You now don't have to essentially, like... Yeah, like, you don't have to essentially, like, use an amiibo every single time you want to try and get that item. Which I think is a really good thing. Yeah, I think we can just kind of, like, snip it. Yeah, this is actually... Wow, this is a shockingly easy boss. Never mind. But yeah, the fact that you can get all the amiibo items is a really fun little bonus. Like, you do have to kind of, like, find some treasure maps and whatnot. But I feel like going and getting, like, those treasure maps and whatnot is definitely worth it, in my opinion. Yeah, I do like the fact, because again, like, for the people then who do not have, like, the amiibo, they can still get those items. And then, like, really, if you want to, like, upgrade them, for example, then, like, I mean, obviously, amiibo weapons can't be upgraded outside of, unless you count, like, upgrading through fuse as a thing. Which, I mean, some people do, but, like, yeah, I think Tears of the Kingdom, like, it did kind of, like, rectify a lot of the issues of, like, Breath of the Wild. To a certain extent, I do think there are some elements of the game that are still kind of like, yeah, this game kind of doubled down on what made Breath of the Wild Breath of the Wild. But I feel like, again, Fuse is a massive improvement on the game. I feel like, Fuse is, like, a major improvement on the game. Fuse ended up kind of like, again, it answered all my criticisms with the whole like combats, with the whole like questionable combat system in Breath of the Wild. Again, how like the weapons break. That way then, because Fuse is a thing, it actually gives you kind of an incentive to play through, like to kind of like defeat enemies and figure out like, you know, what does this enemy's like what does this enemy's body part do, and like figuring out like, you know, because there are certain enemy parts that like, again, what you do is you fuse an enemy horn to your sword or your axe or your spear, and then what you do then is you end up then creating your own weapon, and then what you do then is you kind of like capitalize on that, so you end up getting another. You take out a more powerful enemy, you gain a more powerful enemy horn part, you combine that to another weapon, and then you take out an even more powerful enemy, and it's just kind of like a gameplay loop that's engaging. It's like, it's very, how do I explain this? Like, it's very Monster Hunter-esque, and I think that's like the best way to kind of like describe it. Is that like, you're gradually grinding against progressively stronger enemies to get progressively stronger parts. And then, like, that can form a fun little... Again, I can understand why that's a very fun little catchy gameplay loop. Because, again, like, you're going out your way to take out, like, bigger, stronger enemies with, like, weapons you forged from parts from weaker monsters. And, again, like, you're gradually making your repertoire stronger. It also kind of, like, solves a big issue with people, which is a weapon... which is to do with, like, weapon durability. I think weapon durability was, like, one of the major pet peeves of people. And then, like, also because it led to a thing called loss aversion, where, like, you know, people will, like, just not use their stronger stuff, even if it's, like... Even if it makes more sense to, like, use the stronger weapons, people just hoard them for that one time. For that one time where it's going to be useful. And then they never end up using those weapons. And I feel like that was a big thing from Breath of the Wild. Like, that's a big thing for me that I thought was, like, a major point of criticism from Breath of the Wild. The game does not... The game really needed, like, kind of like a crafting or a skill tree system which kind of incentivized actually engaging in combat. Because in Breath of the Wild, you get to the point where you just kind of, like... And they fall for the biggest trap in, like, every open world game, which is... To make the enemies stronger, they just make them bulkier in the health department. And then you lead with a situation where it's just kind of like... You have damage sponge enemies. They're not any more dangerous, but they're just damage sponge. They just soak up so much durability of your weapons, so much health. And again, that's like the last thing. And again, that can... Again, I got to the point where I just actively avoided combat in Breath of the Wild because, again, like, there's no point in investing, like, 8 weapons. There's no point in, like, you know, investing 7 or so weapons just to defeat, like, there's no point in investing more than, like, 2 weapons to defeat, like, 1 enemy. I feel like, again, it got to the point, like, because I knew, like, even with my strongest weapons, like, I'm not going to be doing, like, even if I combine, like, like attack multipliers and whatnot. Again, I'm just going to be consuming more weapons. Again, I consume more weapons than I gain back. And the weapons I gain back are weaker anyway. So, like, why even bother? And I feel like a lot of people kind of, like, share that same mentality. Like, again, there's no reason to get in combat. Like, again, if battling strong... I feel like, you all know what they should have done? Is made it so enemies drop rupees depending on their strength. That way then, early on, there is actually an incentive to end up defeating progressively stronger enemies. There's a way to progress... Yeah, because by defeating stronger enemies, like Lionel, you know, like your choo-choos or your keys, like, they're gonna drop, like... They're only going to drop, like, 1 rupee, for example. Like, they're not going to drop a lot of, like, rewards. But if you're taking on, like, stronger weapons, like, you know, your silver moblins and your silver Lizalfos and whatnot, or, like, even, like, your black tier enemies, then what the game's going to reward you by basically giving you more rupees. I feel like there should have been a little bit more incentive to actually battling enemies. And I feel like that was the biggest mistake. Because there's, like, no reason to take on enemies after a certain point in the game. Like, unless you want weapons, but like, you probably are going to consume more weapons than you're going to gain, and the weapons you gain back are probably going to be weaker in comparison. And at the end of the day, I think that's like what you really want. What you really don't want in a video game. Again, it comes down to like a risk-reward system. You know, high risk, you know, low risk, low reward, high risk, high reward. Like, if a player's going to take, you know, a huge risk, they should get a huge reward from it in comparison. Like, you should not end up gimping the player in the rewards department by like, oh yeah, like, because you invested like this amount of time into defeating this enemy. You invested X amount of time defeating X amount of enemy. So your reward is going to be that you essentially don't get rewarded. That is the worst thing you can do in any video game, is like have the player invest so much time in a single mechanic and then just like not reward the player at all. That's like the most gut-wrenching feeling in any video game, because you like invest however much time. You invest, let's say, like an hour. You invest like 1 hour trying to like defeat an enemy. Let's say you invest like an hour trying to like solve a puzzle and you get like no reward from it. That absolutely is, that's such a horrible feeling, because like, oh, you invested all of this time, like you invested all this time, all this resources just to get like a nothing burger. And that's the thing that really irritates me. Oh. That's the thing that like always irks me, is that like people think, oh, that's fine. Like, it's fine. People think it's perfectly okay to have like a very crappy, you know, oh, you invested 6 hours and you get nothing out of it. That's like the... No, I disagree with that so much. I'm gonna fight this. I end up getting rid of him. There's this whole needle enemy up here. Oh, no. Do this. Again, those cutter enemies are so scary to deal with. Go up. Go up. Perfect. That's exactly where I want to be. Yeah, this area is a little bit scary. I'm not gonna lie. There's this whole section. We're gonna go up. Yeah, it's actually why I like a lot of like some older games. Like some older games, yeah, it's like a high risk, but you get like rewarded for taking that risk. Again, it comes down to risk and reward. And I feel like, again, a lot of newer video games are like, they just copy the same reward over and over again, but just like, again, then the challenge varies, and that's like not what you do to make an engaging video game. But then again, like, I don't play like a massive variety of video games, so like, I could also entirely be wrong. But yeah, like, I do like one mechanic of Breath of the Wild, in my opinion. And that's like the paragliding aspect. I do wish though it wasn't like limited to stamina. I think like there's a lot of mechanics in Breath of the Wild that kind of like really undermine a lot of mechanics that are in other Zelda games. Like, I do think, how do I explain this? Like, again, cooking can make the rest of the game very easy, like fast traveling. I do like fast traveling, but I don't think fast traveling should have ever been like given to, like, for example, I don't think fast traveling ever should have been a kind of get out of jail free card. I think that, like, again, very heavily trivializes a lot of combat elements of the game. Because you just, like, oh, if you're about to die, you just warp away. I feel like Pokemon Legends Arceus kind of did a, like, good way of doing that. Like, when a Pokemon ends up aggroing on you, you can't warp. Like, you can't warp away just to, like, avoid getting taken out. Like, you have to try and escape and wait until, you know, that aggro sense is gone. And once you've de-aggroed that enemy, only then can you end up fast traveling. That way then, if you get yourself in a troublesome situation, that's on you. And, like, you can't, and you have to, like, get out of that troublesome situation yourself. You don't just, like, abuse a mechanic to end up just, like, completely trivialize it, essentially. Again, that's, like, the best part of Pokemon Legends Arceus is it's essentially, the combat is better than, the combat is just better than Breath of the Wild, because, again, like, you can't just abuse, like, mechanics that would absolutely break the game. They actually do put limitations on the mechanics. Again, they put limitations on said mechanics. I see you. Nope. Nope. Okay, this is a scary mechanic. You're going to try and fly. Now I'm going to run. Fire you. Fire you. I'm going to get past you. Again. I'm going to go up. And we're going to fire a drill. Again, I'm absolutely terrified of those skull-wielding enemies. Come on, let's go. Now we're going to go down. We're going to take this path this time. And I'm going to... fire. Yep, and as this is the mechanic, is this enemy fires headphones, and you can then fire it. It also fires projectiles if you're underwater, making it a pretty... it's a pretty handy mechanic, like certain enemies having certain mechanics. Now we're going to have to be careful here. Again, are we actually going to make it past this level? Is this actually going to be a PB? I hope so. At least I hope so. Got the fish. Oh yeah, so basically, yeah, we're just going to go through here. I'm going to grab ice. I don't know how useful it's going to be. It's this enemy. I'm going to go up that. Oh. Yeah, so the reason why ice is bad, it's literally just a terrible ability. I'm just gonna, like... I think I'll just do it like this. I think this is better. Got that. That enemy. Oh, well. Gonna throw that. Does it reach? Good. Again, this is... No. I should have just used the cutter projectile. What was I thinking? Gonna go down here. Let's go here. Oh yeah, so this is like the room where the enemies... I'm gonna do this. Again, we're just not gonna bother with those enemies. Get that, and I am not dealing with that. Now we will have to, I believe, import Spark and Bomb. I'm not too sure. I think we have to. Yeah, we're just gonna get in here. Gonna go to here. I'm gonna spit. I'm gonna get that. Gonna swap up here, and we got Cutter. Yeah, so you got this whole underwater section. We're just, again, I'm sorry if I'm not speaking enough. I'm just in full concentration mode right now. So, yeah, again, this section has a quite simple mechanic. Oh, okay, okay. Nope, never mind. I'm getting rid of this ability. Screw that. Okay, this is just going to be better to do this, right? Fire. Let's just go like this. fire like that. Oh, and then you got, yeah, this section. Yep, you got that delayed. Fire that. Yeah, this is a bit of a teasy section. Oh, isn't there like, yeah, the crystal shards, we're gonna go like that. And we're gonna lower that down. Yeah, that's a massive flipping trap. Basically, like, if you try and, like, swim straight up, that just falls right on your head and then you end up taking damage. Yeah, I remember that section from when I played this game. I remember that section specifically. And second level, oh yeah, we can get Spark within the ship. Never mind. No, we just have to go with Solo Bomb, I suppose. So you got, like, the whole, like, floating pyramid. You're gonna jump. Yeah, and then you got, like, these enemies try to, like, ambush you. There's gonna be another one, right? Yeah, there is going to be another one. Yep, we're gonna, like, jump. That. Gonna jump. And in the pyramid we go. Can we go past here? I think we can. Oh, it's just like 1 point. Okay, that was pointless. But yeah, this is the 4th level of Rockstar. A new personal bests. You got like what I like to call the energy shot those. Jump. Go like that. Then we get jump. Boom, jump. Got fire and jump. There we go. Jump. We got up here. And we got this section. Again, we go up here. Go up here. Yeah, this is kind of a scary section. Actually. Oh, please, please. Keep going, keep going. Come on. Fuck. Oh, that's not what I wanted to happen. I should have just... What I'll do... I'm just gonna... Get here. Gotta wait for this to pull back. And then we get another crystal shard. Drop down. Jump. Float up. It's gonna go up. We get here. Do we get another instance of bomb? Oh, hopefully we can get bomb and backtrack. I mean, I could brute force, but like, yeah, it's not worth it. I'm not brute forcing. I don't think brute forcing just simply isn't worth it. All I ask is we get a spark ability copy. All I get is one, again, just something that gives me bomb. I just want that. Yeah, I don't think we're getting bomb. I think we have to like import, carry bomb through another level. I should have just like gotten the ability from here or something like that. I'm such a dingus, such a fool. Oh, okay, so that's the point of no return. Isn't there like a crystal shard somewhere around here? There is that there. Nope. Okay. Nope. We don't even get a opportunity to get bomb. That sucks. Well, I guess we're just gonna try and float up. Can we make it? Well, that sucks. I guess we're having to redo the whole level, I suppose, huh? This is gonna go with that. I made a mistake. That one's on me. Getting spark and bomb in that room is gonna be tough, huh? Attempt number 15. Attempt number 15 it is. Let's do attempt number 15. Yeah, the spark, that's the one section in the game where you need spark and bomb. And spark and bomb, I'm just going to say, is an absolutely useless ability outside of that one specific instance. It is not a good ability at all. I'm King Ryu. Just waiting for you to fire. Yeah, that's just, ugh. Like, I knew that, like, the inverted pyramid was gonna be rough. But I didn't think I was gonna, like, take damage in that aspect. Well, we power on. Yeah, I think, yeah, we're still not even, again, at, like, the worst part. I just want to get to the second boss and, like, beat the second boss, you know? Because, again, well, that's just a right shame. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people don't. I feel like a lot of people tend to like join up. So I call it hive mentality. So a lot of people, when it comes to like any big AAA release, because there are going to be like all the game journos and the people who are going to be like, oh, this is like the best game of the year. Like, I feel like everyone has a habit of just kind of like doing the same mentality of, oh, like saying it's the best game in the world, so as not to be seen like, you know, a contrarian or anything like that. And I feel like, again, every single video game kind of suffers from that to an extent. So like, Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild. Yeah, like, Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild. That sucked. Well, nah, we'll just do... Okay, I think it's like run number 16, I think. Man, this is actually... Again, I think I'm underestimating this run. Well, again, I kind of committed to this, so I'm doing it. But yeah, a lot of people tend like... I feel like, yeah, Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, I think other games like even like Elden Ring, Mario Odyssey, Mario Wonder. There are so many games that are like, oh yeah, we, it's just like, there's a lot of people are hyping up the game. Like, it's just, again, it's a massive case of like hype mentality. Like, a lot of people end up being like, oh yeah, this is like one of the best games. This is like one of the best games coming out this year. And then like everyone's like, oh yeah, this is like the best game coming out this year. You know, so they don't end up sounding like they're contradicting anyone. Because again, if they sound different, then people are just going to frown upon them. And I feel like that's a really bad culture just in general. Because a lot of people then just end up... I feel like a lot of people end up being like, they'll say the game is amazing, even if they're not a fan of said game. Because you end up with a situation of, oh yeah, like this game's like good, but is it like as amazing as people make it out to be? Like, obviously there are some situations where, yeah, the game is actually legitimately great, but it's not great in the way that like everyone else claims it is. Like, a lot of people do tend to be like, oh yeah, like, yeah, this game is like really good, but it's not as good as people. Again, I feel like Odyssey like was a very lackluster game. I feel like, again, I have played every single 3D Mario game, and I mean all of them. Like, I played 64, I've played Sunshine, Galaxy, and Galaxy 2. I played 64 DS, and then also like 3D Land and 3D World. And I do think that Odyssey is like the weakest of all of those games, aside from maybe 3D Land, but like, honestly, 3D Land is probably not that great to begin with anyway. But yeah, like, I think the biggest issue with Odyssey is that it's like, I feel like a big issue with Odyssey is the lack of difficulty it has. Because, like, again, that's like one of my biggest gripes with Odyssey, is its difficulty, or like its lack thereof. Because again, if Odyssey was like if Odyssey, I feel like the boss fights as well are also like really weak. The problem is like they really, one of the biggest things that holds Odyssey back is its actual main gimmick, which is captures. Because again, when you capture an enemy, and the captures I guess were meant to be like the replacement to power-ups for Mario, but then the problem is that they just end up how do I explain this? Like, because the movement is not... Mario is very a lot about movement. And because Mario is very much a movement-oriented character, the fact that, like, you completely change how Mario moves is what ends up kind of hurting Mario in general. What hurts Odyssey in general. It's not even the fact that, like, the captures itself is a bad idea. It's the fact that, like, the captures in execution, for the most part, just don't end up working out very well. Like, a lot of people, again, a lot of situations, you're just like, oh yeah, like, you don't, like, yeah, you use a capture specifically to get power moons, but, like, you're never gonna unironically use those captures. Now, obviously, there are some captures that are, like, the exception rather than the norm. Like, Gushen's the Gushen enemy is probably one of the best captures in the entire game. Because, again, the movement, even though the movement may be pretty crappy, like, when it comes to, like, land movement, like, in the water and air movement, again, like, the Gushen's, like, a really, really fun mechanic. Because, again, like, yeah, you have finite water ammo, but, like, as long as there's water, again, like, you can basically do it indefinitely. And that's what really ends up benefiting the Gushen is, again, like, you can just, like, it's just, again, it's super fun to move around in. Same thing with the Pokeo Bird. Like, the Pokeo Bird is really fun to move around in because you can, like, poke your nose in the wall and then kind of, like, and you can actually travel, again, pretty quickly vertically because, again, the Pokeo has a really fun little mechanic that ends up actually rewarding the player for experimenting. I will say, the most disappointing transformation. A lot of people love to hype up the T-Rex as a really fun transformation. I personally dislike the T-Rex transformation. For, once again, the movement is not... Again, I don't like the movement of the T-Rex transformation at all. Which is why the T-Rex transformation, for me, is, like, definitely lower down the list. But then you have a bunch of, like, absolutely pointless filler captures that are just there for, like, 1 or 2 power moons, and that's it. Like, you have, like, the manhole... Again, the manhole cover in, like, New Donk City. You have the cactus, you have a tree, you have, like, a stone. And again, those captures are used for, like, 1 moon, but, like, you never want to be those transformations ever. Like, they're only used for that 1 power moon and 1 power moon only. And again, they're just like, again, because you have to, like, get those to pad out, you have to, like, capture them in order to 100% complete the game. And, like, 100% completing the game, once again, is an absolute nightmare. You could argue, well, the games are not actually built for 100% completion, but, like, I feel like that should not be a quote-unquote excuse to just end up making the game painfully easy to any percent, but then making the game just incredibly tedious to 100% complete. I feel like when a lot of people end up just like, oh yeah, like, we'll just, like, pad out, we'll just add padding and padding. It's actually kind of like the same mentality as why Crash 4, It's About Time, is one of the worst Crash Bandicoot games in terms of 100% completion. Yeah, I'd say, like, 4 to 5 hours of the game itself is actually incredibly fun. But then that's the thing. 4 to 5 hours of the game is incredibly fun. And even I'll admit that Crash 4 is actually quite a fun little game. What I don't like about Crash Bandicoot 4, however, is the fact that, like, again, there's only, like, again, it's like you have to, like, only enjoy the 4 hours. The problem with It's About Time is that, like, the 100% completion aspect is some of the worst 100% completion criteria in any video game ever. Like, again, you have to, like... The main reason is the fact that... of twofold. The first one is that Platinum Relics are compulsory for 100% completion. The second reason is that the Insanely Perfect Relic is mandatory for completion. And, like... If the Insanely Perfect Relic and the Platinum Relics were just, like, a bragging rights reward, like, again, that was totally optional, then, yeah, I could totally understand, like, skipping it. The problem is that you have to get those 2 relics in order to complete the game. And not to mention that the completion reward is ever worth it anyway. You literally just get a cutscene saying Uka Uka returns, and that's it. Like, it's literally just like an 11-second cutscene that you can just look up on the internet, which is just not worth it. I mean, the thing is, like, it's not even like known whether it's actually going to be plot specific or not. Like, honestly, I feel like people realize, like, everyone knows, like, they're not just gonna, like, kill off Uka Uka. Like, that's just never gonna happen. That's never gonna happen. Like, Uka Uka's never gonna be killed off as like, an overall antagonist. Like, yeah, even though Dr. Neo Cortex may be the quote-unquote bad guy of the Crash Bandicoot series, Uka Uka is kind of, like, for the most part, the one calling the shots. And yeah, they kill off Uka Uka within, like, the first cutscene. But, like, everyone knew, yeah, he ain't staying dead. Like, there's just no way he's staying dead. And I feel like a lot of people were really bummed out by the completion reward for good reason. Again, I would have been, if I had known that that's the 100%, again, if I didn't go out my way to 100% complete the game because the obvious reasons. Like, it shouldn't be absolute bullshit to try and 100% complete. Again, I feel like if Insanely Perfect Relics and Platinum Relics were not compulsory for completion, so, like, if the compulsory completion criteria was, like, all the gems and then, like, gold relics, in just, like, and then they just kind of, like, ditched the inverted levels. So that's another thing. Inverted levels can just absolutely go burn, in my opinion. Because, like, again, inverted levels, for the most part, it's just a cosmetic filter, and it's just a very similar level. So you end up having to essentially replay the same... You have to replay, like, every level twice, essentially, if you're doing 100% completion. Again, one of the most annoying parts is the fact that, like, it has its own criteria for completion. Meaning, okay, so, like, yeah, because every single inverted level has its own set of 6 gems. It has its own set of, you know, well, yeah, really, it's just its own set of 6 gems. Literally just its own set of 6 gems, and that's what really kind of, like, holds back the game. Like, again, the fact that inverted levels are essentially compulsory to completing a game is what seriously holds the game back, because you're just essentially playing through the same level twice. Like, now, the fortunate part is that you only have to do is that Insanely Perfect Relics only apply to, like, one of the levels. You have to... Insanely Perfect Relics only apply to, like, the main level at either the main level or inverted level. You do not have to do both. But you do have to do the Platinum Relics specifically in the normal levels. Because, again, like, there are some mechanics on the inverted level which would make the Platinum Relics, like, again, very in difficulty. And I think the reason why they don't have Platinum Relics is because then, like, the snacks dimension, everything is, like, water physics. So, like, imagine playing through a level, but even slower. Like, yeah, imagine playing through an entire level, but even slower. That's, like, the last thing you want. But then, like, also, like, the run it by you level and whatnot is in, like, fast mode. So, again, that would end up kind of making it really, really easy. Because you would just, like, again, with the fast mode level, that would have to, like, adjust the amount of time to do, like, the Platinum Relics. But again, like, the Platinum Relics are just, again, for me, I only get the Platinum Relic. I only went for Platinum Relics in the Crash Bandicoot games if it wasn't, like, absolutely crap to do so. And, like, unfortunately, there are some Platinum Relics that are just absolutely miserable to try and get. So, like, you know, you have your, like, Insanely Perfect. Again, like, you have Platinum Relics in, like, Crash Bandicoot Warped, which are, like, insanely hard to get. Like, I did I did go out my way to try and get, like, every single Platinum Relic in Warped, and, like, there was some absolute... I feel like, yeah, like, the motorcycle levels in particular, like, what was it? I think it's called Hog Ride or Hog... I don't know what it's called, but, like, the first one in particular was absolutely hellish to try and get. I remember, like, the first one was just an absolute downright nightmare to get, and I didn't like it. That took me, like, over an hour to get, because, again, like, it's so... the timer is just, again, so extremely tight, leaving, like, no room for error at all. Like, again, you literally have to do everything, like, flawlessly, whereas some Platinum Relics give you, like, a little bit of a small amount of margin for error, and, like, that definitely, like, helped. Again, those Platinum... like, you still have to do it, like, again, optimally, but you still have to essentially, like... again, you can't screw up. But again, it's not, like, it's not as needle precision tight as, like, Crash Bandicoot 4's Platinum Relics. And even, like, the Purple Relic... and don't even get me started on the Purple Relic. Fortunately, thank God the Purple Relic... like, yeah, some of the Purple Relics are just absolutely downright unforgiving. But really the thankful part is that they're the dev times and are completely optional for completion. Like, you don't have to go out your way to get them. Now, honestly, like, I don't know if, like, anyone's gonna play through, like, the entirety 100% Crash Bandicoot 4 and make, like, in their rule set, Purple Relics compulsory. Like, I could never imagine myself ever doing that, ever. I would absolutely... I would hate myself after that, like, for sure. Because, again, like, I just don't like wasting a bunch of time for absolutely no reason. Because, like, again, like, Purple Relics, you would just be sitting there, like, trying to, like, nail the time, and then it's like, oh, haha, nope. You're just, like, half a millisecond off, and then, like... yeah, I feel like... I like Graphic Cortex because, like, the relics are, like, the relic times are pretty generous. I will say, like, Graphic Cortex, the monkey bar sections are always gonna suck. I feel like I think Graphic Cortex is my favorite Crash Bandicoot game, but even I will admit that, like, just screw the whole monkey bar sections. Like, not just, especially Droid Void. Droid Void is an absolutely horrible level to have to, like, play through to do the relic run. Because, again, like, you have, like, the first minute is essentially just a compulsory monkey bar section. And, I mean, I feel like the generous part is that you can bring Aku Aku crates in. Oh, I nearly took damage there. That was a bit risky. But, yeah, like, the fact that, like, Aku Aku himself can be kind of carried in can actually make some levels a lot more bearable than one might expect. Again, try and snipe you. Yeah. So, like, again, I like Warped, but I feel like one thing that Warped really kind of, like, butchered is the fact that, like, how do I explain? The medieval levels in Warped are just really bad. I much prefer, like, the castle levels in Graphic Cortex because it does the whole medieval, ancient medieval theme a lot more justice compared to a game like Crash Warped. I feel like Crash Warped, again, is just like a game that, like, it really tried, like, a bunch of different games. Again, Crash Bandicoot, I like the Egyptian theme levels, I like the future theme levels. I think the Egyptian and future theme levels are, like, the two I really like. Because, again, like, my favorite level in the game is Tomb Waiter because it still has kind of a unique gimmick to this day in the whole, like, rising and falling water tides. And then there's also the future levels. I'm a really big fan of, like, the future levels as well because I think the future levels are really well designed and I like the whole, like, design of it. More specifically, I've only played the Insane Trilogy version of Warped, so I don't know whether that's, like, any better or any different or any better or worse compared to, like, the original. Because, again, I never grew up with the PlayStation 1 version of Warped. I grew up with the PS1 version of Cortex Strikes Back, but I never grew up with the PS1 version of Warped or the first game. I know that the first game is, like, really punishing because Crash Bandicoot 1 in the original, to save a game, you had to like beat a Torna bonus level, one of the bonus Torna levels. Not to mention that, like, if you wanted to end up essentially, how do I explain it? Yeah, like the Torna levels were required for save, so you couldn't save whenever. You had to beat a Torna level. But not to mention that, like, the perfect runs, you have to perfect run every single level in order to, like, 100% complete the game. And that's, like, the one thing that, like, again, really holds back the level. Really holds back the game specifically. Because you just end up with a situation, again... Where's this enemy? Just want to get rid of you. There we go. But yeah, because, like... Yeah, you have, like, a bunch of, like, again... You have to 100% it, so, like... Now, for Insane Trilogy, it's fine to keep that for the colored gems. But I don't think anyone ever wants it for, like, regular levels. Because, like, you just end up with a situation where, like... Again... The Perfect Run levels, they make sense. In the Insane Trilogy, they make sense for the color gems. They don't make sense for, like, the colorless gems. Because, like, the color gems, it makes sense because the color gems do a lot more than just, like... Oh, yeah, like, they unlock a new path. Because, again, the color gems, though, like, again, you should have not had the perfect run criteria for the color gems. For the colorless ones, I mean. I do think Cortex Strikes Back. I mean, between Cortex Strikes Back and Warped, I'm more of a Crash Bandicoot Warped kind of person. I always, like, kind of have been. I thought, again, one of my biggest pet peeves for Cortex Strikes Back is the fact that, like, they ended up, what they ended up doing is they ended up, like, not today, is that they end up basically just, oh yeah, they have the split paths. The split paths are, like, the one thing about, like, Cortex Strikes Back I absolutely despise from, like, the original Crash Bandicoot games. Again, the fact that, like... Again, the fact that basically, like, you have to, like, travel down path A and travel all the way down path A. And then after traveling down path A, you have to essentially go out of your way then, like, you have to backtrack all the way down that path with a very wonky-ass camera. And then go down path, and then, like, once you've backtracked all the way down there. And oftentimes, like, there's no reusable checkpoints in Crash Bandicoot, so reusable checkpoints aren't a thing. So you can't even, like, oh yeah, like... You can't even, like, reuse checkpoints. You don't get that luxury at all. That was actually kind of a good run. I'm actually kind of annoyed. Yeah, you don't get the luxury of, like, a reusable checkpoint that you can use, which I think, in my opinion, just, like, again, it makes those split path levels. Again, the Crash Bandicoot 2 levels that don't have the split path levels are genuinely really, really fun, in my opinion. I think they're really fun. I don't like the levels that are like, oh yeah, we'll just take this carrot. We'll just have, like, you have to go down, like, split paths. I don't like the levels that do the split path multiple times. I don't like the level in Crash Bandicoot 1, the lap level, where you have to do multiple split path multiple split paths. I don't like that at all. Like, again, I hated that level because, again, like, it's because the camera was just so horribly awkward to try and see. You couldn't really end up, like, how do I explain it? You can't really, like, see behind you, essentially. And that's what really, like, ended up really hurting it a lot. Those kind of levels. Again, I'm okay with chase levels because, again, they at least, like, have a fairly generous camera. But I don't like the split path levels. I do not like them at all. Yeah, so like, again, there's a lot of like good there's a lot of like really good levels that otherwise are just kind of like butchered. That otherwise just end up being butchered in quality because you just end up having a split path. You have an awkward split path in them that like nobody asked for. And again, like the awkward split paths, no one likes the awkward split paths. Like there are people who do not like the awkward split paths, and then because you have to like travel down them now, like because again, like how do I say? Because again, I shouldn't have to like basically do a bunch of like blind backtracking just to try and get the colored gem. Like, I don't like that. But yeah, I feel like a lot of people tend to like, oh yeah, like this, yeah, a lot of people are sometimes fine with that level. I personally am not. Yeah, my favorite, like Wrath of Court. So my favorite level for like each Crash Bandicoot game, I mean Crash Bandicoot 1, I am kind of a fan of, what level? Is Sunset Vista, I think it is. It's just like a colored gem level. I think Sunset Vista is like one of like my favorite levels, in my opinion. But then you have like, or actually, no, scrap that. My favorite level is Toxic Waste, mostly just because of like the theme tune. In Cortex Strikes Back, I don't know. I mean, Cortex Strikes Back has a bunch of like really interesting levels. I like some of the early levels like Turtle Woods and whatnot because I think they're a good tutorial level. But like, if we're going by like new levels, I mean, the Ruin levels are kind of like, I don't know. I don't like the Rocket Pack levels in Cortex Strikes Back. I'm not the most avid fan of those ones. I also am not a fan of kind of the chase, like not the chase. No, never mind. Scrap that. What I was gonna say, but yeah, it's the second time that's happened. But yeah, like I think my favorite level is actually kind of like the sewer levels, in my opinion. I think the sewer levels are kind of like pipeline levels are like my favorite. Oh yeah, I also don't like the level where you got like the mud and then you got like the freaking bees. I don't like those. Also the hornets. I don't like those either. I'm not a big fan of those levels either, in my opinion. But yeah, like the pipeline levels I do really enjoy. And then for Crash Bandicoot Warped, I'm just having again the Egyptian levels. I'm a really big fan of those. And then, like, again, I think the motorcycle levels I don't like in Crash Bandicoot Warped. Because if you end up messing up a turn and you don't break a crate, you have to essentially restart the whole level by like Xing it out and re-entering. You do not get the opportunity to end up just kind of like, oh, go down a bottomless pit and then just you get to restart the level. Crash Bandicoot, the Wrath of Cortex does give you that luxury. Fortunately, in the level Smokey and the Bandicoot, even if people can kind of universally agree that the Jeep is complete arse, there's no denying that, like, if you're trying to get all the box crate, or getting all the box crates to get the gem in the level, that the ability to just drive down a bottomless pit and kill yourself is, again, a really useful thing you can do. Yeah, again, I don't like Smokey and the Bandicoot, but at least, like, the box gem in that level is, quote-unquote, bearable. Unlike getting the box crate in, like, Warp, because you deliberately have to do it you have to do it in such an awkward manner. Oh. That's just, again, I never understand double spark hitboxes. I never will. Gonna go over this way. Yep. Zap, zap, zap. And then we go like this. He's gonna try and jump down. He's gonna get immediately zapped. zappy zap, and we're gonna get the next crystal shard. And there we go, that is the next crystal shard. We're just gonna, again, button mash through this. I think I might want to get Spark and Stone for the boss fight. That way then I don't have to like that way then it saves me the effort of backtracking. I think I might actually do that. Again, I'm still trying to work out kind of the routing of like, you know, how do I do this optimally? Get rid of my ability. Thank you. Double cutter. Let's go. And now we're just going to quickly run through. We're going to throw it like that. And I just completely missed the first one. I nearly took damage on that. But yeah, I feel like, yeah, like, warped. I don't like the motorcycle levels in general. Because, again, like, if you miss a single crate, and you don't get the crate gem as a result, you have to like physically exit and re-enter level. That's like the one thing I absolutely don't like. I also think prehistory being the chase theme level is kind of like Again, I think what I like about Rapid Cortex is how every single level ties into one of Neo Cortex's or the other antagonist's goals. Like, for example, like, again, Eskimo Roll, like, is a research facility. And then, like, all the Cortex Castle levels are, like, experiments and whatnot. And, like, Gauntlet Field Death Traps. And I feel like, yeah, Crash and Burn, like, the first level of the final world. Crash and Burn is a erupting volcano due to the influence of both Rocco and Pyro. And then, like, you know, again, the elemental masks are actually, you know, the forbidden elemental masks are actually out to try and dispose of you for good. And I feel like the fact that every level is kind of like influenced by the elemental masks in some way or another. The Atmosphere levels, again, but yeah, I think the fact that every single one kind of ties into a overarching plot is what kind of like improves my enjoyment of the game. And I also do like the fact that you have like an overarching boss in Crunch Bandicoot. Again, I feel like it's a lot more interesting to have an overarching like antagonist that's like, again, whose sole purpose is basically just to be Crash Bandicoot. Like, he's supposed to be what Crash Bandicoot was supposed to be initially. And that really... And again, like, it's like Crash is, like, fighting himself, but as, like, as a like, genetically modified Super Bandicoot, with only the goal of, like, basically helping fulfill Cortex's ambitions. So, once again, the fact that, like, he's just fighting, essentially, what Crash Bandicoot was meant to be. Oh. But, yeah. I think I like that. I think I kind of like that touch of, like, Rapid Cortex. How, like, yeah, you have Crash versus Crash, you know, Crash, but actually successfully mind-controlled, essentially. And now, yeah, I'm just going to, like, backtrack to this level, and I'm going to get Stone and Spark. That way, then, we don't have to backtrack and get it afterwards. You know, after we beat the first boss, I'm just going to rush through here, grab this, spit that out, just completely missed both times. There we go. Keep on going, keep on going, keep on going. Gonna jump and inhale. And I'm gonna go that. We're gonna go like that. But yeah, basically, I think Rapid Cortex is definitely very much an overhated game. The same of which cannot be said for Twinsanity. I think Twinsanity is actually kind of a rubbish game. I think, again, that game was clearly not intended to be released when it released. I feel like Twinsanity was massively rushed. Like that. Why is it going up? What if I go like that? Nope. Oh, so like the spark attack doesn't even like... Okay, well I guess this ability is kind of... that. Spit. Yeah, I actually think I like this ability. We're already apple spawning. Apple spawn over there. And we're using fire. Okay, like that. There we go. And we're going to catch the crystal shard. And that's world complete. But yeah, I think Rapid Cortex is overhated. A lot of people prefer Twinsanity over Rapid Cortex. I think Rapid Cortex is the better of the two games. More so because like Twinsanity is just obviously rushed. Was just rushed out the door, unfortunately. I feel like if Twinsanity and Rapid Cortex had more time in the oven, then like those two games definitely would have been like something truly special. But again, because like Universal was trying to force Traveler's... Again, the problem lies in Universal Studios. Back then, Universal Game Studios was an absolutely horrible, horrible game company to work under. Because they would just, like, again, insist that the company has to, like, pump out a new game every year. Like, apparently, like, Rapid Cortex was developed in, like, under 9 months. Like less than a year. The fact that they were able to, you know, develop a fully functional PlayStation 2 game in under a year... and then not have the game absolutely just brick the PS2 or anything like that is kind of a miracle in and of itself. Yeah, sure, the game is definitely unpolished. But like the thing is, like, it's got fun quirks that make the game fun to play even today. Not to mention, I think Rapid Cortex has some of the best music in the entire franchise as well. I think the soundtrack is also like a very, very good for a PS2 game. For like original PS2 songs. I think, again, the soundtrack is very good by Crash Bandicoot standards and has no reason to be as good as it does. Not to mention, like, the first 5 levels of Rapid Cortex are also like phenomenal quality. I really like the first handful of levels of Rapid Cortex, in my opinion. I think they're some, like, again, they don't have, like, any of the traps of the, like, other Crash Bandicoot games, like having the split. They don't have the split path, so it's all like a linear route. Not to mention, to get the box gems, again, there's a death route in, like, 2 of the levels in Wizards and Lizards and Arctic Antics. But then, like, they have a fun little vehicle level, and then, obviously, they have, like, Atmosphere levels. And again, the Atmosphere levels, I think, are, like, the highest point of Rapid Cortex by a country mile. I think the Atmosphere levels is, again, I think it's very disappointing that they never, like, brought that back proper in the later Crash Bandicoot games. Like, Crash Bandicoot 4, It's About Time, does have an Atmosphere section in it, but it's not really an Atmosphere section. Like, it's not really, again, it's not really like an Atmosphere because it's a chase section in like a metal ball that basically, again, like, you can't jump, but like, you can't build up momentum like the Atmosphere. And like, you can't, it's just essentially, oh, you can't jump. And then like, that's the gimmick. It's a chase section where you can't jump. And again, if they ended up just bringing back Atmosphere levels, like, just fully, I feel like that could have been something truly special. Yeah, but again, I think the Atmosphere levels, there's like 5, maybe, there's like, yeah, you have 1 in World 1, 1 in World 3, 1 in World, and then you have like, yeah, Eskimo Roll, then there's like Medieval Madness, and then there's like Solar Bowler. And then you have, like, the actual, like, boss fight against Crunch itself. Yeah, I think, again, 5 Atmosphere levels is pretty generous. I see you. But yeah, I do like... I think, yeah, the Atmosphere levels... Yeah, they should have been brought back. 100%. The second boss fight, I will say, is a major difficulty spike. Like, again, I think the second boss fight in Rapid Cortex, in my opinion, I think it's like the hardest one in the game, at least. I find it to be the hardest one in the game. Because, again, it's just like one of those boss fights where it's like, again, the depth perception can actually throw you off really hard. Because, again, like, the lack of polish. And also the fact that, like, yeah, I think a lot of people got stuck on the second boss because, again, like, the camera can kind of, like, be very wonky. But then I think the other bosses were way easier in comparison. Like, the third boss is essentially, like... And again, I do like how every single Crunch boss utilizes the Elemental Mask in a capacity and also has, like, an overarching gimmick. So, for example, like... Crunch's first battle is an Atmosphere battle. The second battle against Crunch Bandicoot is an Atmosphere level. Well, not an Atmosphere level. It's just like general platforming. The third level is a kind of chase level. And then the fourth level is a vehicle boss fight. So to make every single boss fight at least kind of distinct enough to kind of stand out from one another. But then like the fifth one, once again, is kind of general platforming. But then it's general platforming in the sense of, yeah, you have to, like... Yeah, it kind of expects you to have, like, gotten good at the mechanics of the game. And we just be like... Yeah, so, like, the second level... Yeah, the final level is another platforming level. I do think some of the bonus levels are really good, though. I will say Ghost Town. The fact that you can literally beat the whole level by just, like, not touching a single button input... It's kind of like, why did they not properly playtest that? But at least that's just kind of my take. I'm just gonna like go down here. But yeah, I think the fact that like the Ghost Town has like that level trick where you can just not win by doing absolutely nothing. Unless of course you're trying to go for like the box gems, in which then in that case then it can actually be a bit challenging. Jump. But yeah, in my opinion, I think Rapid Cortex is definitely unpolished. It's definitely unpolished. I think it's definitely unpolished, but like, I think it's also like a massively overhated. Like, a lot of people love to like over-exaggerate the bad and not like look at the good. And I feel like that's the thing with a lot of video games. In general, is a lot of people love to like be like, oh, this game sucks, therefore, you know, this game sucks, therefore it's like the worst game ever. And then like not bother actually looking at what the game actually did. You know, really good. Like they don't look at what good the game did, and they only look at the bad. And I feel like that's a very negative outlook on just gaming as a whole. Is that a lot of people, I feel like it's better to like weigh what a game does well and what it doesn't do well, and then kind of like not necessarily just like for its time, just in general, to kind of like properly evaluate a video game. Because a lot of people love to end up just kind of like, oh yeah, this game sucks because of, you know, because of like because a game came out like 15 years later and did the same thing but better. And I feel like I find that really annoying. Like, a lot of people love to compare some older games to like to newer games that like took the base foundation and improved upon it. Like, yeah, sure, for like a specific, for like a, so like let's say for like a 1996 game is always gonna have like a different mechanical it's gonna be different mechanically than a game that's released later. Like, yeah, they may play very, very, like, similar to the point of almost being the same, just that one of the games is newer with, like, better graphics and whatnot. But at the same time, I wouldn't say that it's, like, completely invalidates a newer game in every conceivable way. I still think, like, the older game can still be considered a fun game, even if it does kind of get overshadowed by its successor. Because, again, like, just because someone releases like the brand new game doesn't mean that the older game is instantly obsolete. I feel like a lot of people then are like, why play this older game when you got all these newer games? And the reason why is because, you know, the older games actually have a more unique feel and have a more unique feel to them, have a more unique game. Like, you know, again, it's just like sometimes old can feel relatively enjoyable to play, and I feel like a lot of people don't realize that. Like, a lot of people are also, I feel like also a lot of people are kind of hesitant to play a lot of older games because the older games are very different design-wise to how they're used to. So a lot of people will be like, oh, like, why would I play this old game when I can just kind of play this new game which does, you know, this but slightly better? And the reason why is this, I feel like a lot of people tend to also kind of like underestimate just how much time goes into game development. A lot more time goes into game development than one might ever truly expect. Like, a lot of game development takes, again, game development back in the day took like, again, you know, it still took like a few years, like 2 or 3 years. But then you're also taking into account you're developing for like less powerful hardware. A lot of people forget that like a lot of modern AAA games take several years to develop because they have to like check so many different things to make sure to run. But then like a lot of people will then like, when those sometimes they will just release the game half finished and then just kind of release an update patch later, and I don't like when game companies do that at all. I think that's like one of the worst aspects of video gaming you can do. I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna do this. And we're just gonna go like that. Throw that. Oh, we missed. Well, and we fall down. I'm gonna grab Crystal Shard. Yeah, I'm hoping I can beat the second boss by the end of the stream, and hopefully then make some headway in the next stream. Yep, we go down. Again, I feel like a lot of people tend to realize, a lot of people, again, are kind of hesitant to try something different as well. I think, again, there's a quote in Pokemon Horizons: the first step will always be scary, but once you get past that first step, then like, it's not as scary. Again, the scariest part is making that first step. And I feel like that's a really good, quote. Like, again, with anything, like, a lot of people, like, you can be scared of, like, again, like, trying this new video game you're unfamiliar with, or you can be scared of, like, a specific, you know, you can be scared of, like, a specific activity because, again, you know nothing about that activity. Again, that activity is going to be scary simply because, again, you don't know anything about that. You don't know anything about it. And because you don't know anything about it, that's why it's so scary, because, again, it's something unfamiliar, it's something foreign. And again, like, I knew that was going to happen. I absolutely knew that was going to happen. Just, again, I just want to take a drill with me, but the drill's just not an ideal ability to take with you throughout the whole thing. Or maybe I'm going to try that section, but I'm going to keep drill. I think having the extra versatility might actually help. Because I'm just, like, again, not playing optimally. But yeah, I think, again, a lot of people are scared. Like, again, I was kind of hesitant on trying, like, again, Fortnite. I tried it to see if I was, like, gonna enjoy it. And then it turns out that, yeah, like, I played it for a handful of games. I didn't enjoy Fortnite. But then I feel like, well, at least I tried, and at least now I know that that kind of, like, gameplay is... That kind of gameplay is not for me, personally. And I learned about that. Again, like, you know, Battle Royale shooters are not my kind of jam. And because I went out of my way to, you know, find out about that, yeah, like, again, I know now that, like, with Battle Royale shooters, I'm probably not going to enjoy them. Unless, like, you know, maybe I could try again, but, like, again, because I spent such a long time, like, playing... I've played different genres. I've never been a fan of horror games. I've never been a... Well, I absolutely detest horror games. For me, horror games and myself have, like, zero compatibility. Yeah, Battle Royale games, I'm not a big fan of. I'm very compatible with, like, well-designed 3D platformers. Again, 3D platformers are definitely very much a thing I invest in a lot. And then there's also, like... What was that? There's not just platformers, but, like, other, like, racing games, adventure games as well. Like, again, Ocarina of Time. I love Ocarina of Time. I think Ocarina of Time holds up incredibly well to this day. Despite the fact that, like, there are some kind of questionable design choices in that game. There can be some questionable design choices every now and again. A lot of people... So, Ocarina of Time, a lot of people do tend to be like, Ocarina of Time is, like, bad because, like, the water temple's bad because, like, nope. Yeah, the water temple is bad. I don't think the water temple in the original is anywhere near as bad as everyone makes it out to be. Like, for me, like, I can understand why having to pause the menu and then scroll to the right window to end up getting the boot, to get the swap to the iron boots, like, in and out of the iron boots can be annoying. Like, I can totally understand why people would find that to be very irritating. But for me, that was never really, like, I never had a problem with that. And in fact, honestly, I still don't have a problem because, again, I tend to be fairly patient in video games. I like kind of taking my time sort of thing. So, like, again, taking the time to go in the menu and, like, swap out some boots was never a thing that I thought was, like, a personal problem. Like, obviously, yeah, a lot of people had a problem with, doing the whole, like, you know, going into the menu and swapping in the boots on and off again. Like, obviously, yeah, there are people who have that issue. But, like, I was never that person. I was always kind of, like, again, very patient. It's also the reason why I like the Dark Link fight. Yeah, it's hard, but, like, again, because I like exploring and kind of, like, again, like, just taking my time and whatnot. I've always been the kind of person... So, again, I got the Big Goron sword, and the Big Goron sword absolutely makes that fight so much easier. But then one thing is that, like, if you've gone out your way to get, like, a ton of health, then Dark Link just takes longer. Because you have, like, again, he has the same amount of health as you. So, the more health you have, the more health he has. And that's kind of, like, one thing you gotta, like, take into account when battling... When you're gonna do, like, a Zelda game, Zelda on Ocarina of Time, is that, yeah, Dark Link just has more health. And, yeah, like, in the original release of Ocarina of Time, you could actually use, like, Din's Fire and the Megaton Hammer to kind of just completely break the entire boss fight. Because in Ocarina of Time, if you use the Megaton Hammer on him in the original release of Ocarina of Time, then Dark Link will never shield for the rest. Dark Link does not shield for the rest of the fight. And so that can actually, again, it just kind of completely breaks his AI. Din's Fire can be used to, like, deal lots of cheap damage to him if you've gone out your way to get Din's Fire. And then, like, Big Goron's sword is, like, probably, like, the best thing you can use against him. Yeah, I think my favorite dungeon in Ocarina of Time, I love the Forest Temple, but I also love the Spirit Temple. The only dungeon I've absolutely despised is the Fire Temple. That is the only dungeon I just do not like in general. Either in the original release for Ocarina of Time and the Master Quest version. I've never been a fan of that dungeon ever. And then, like, Water Temple, for me, Water Temple has never been, again, it's never been that bad. I think I like atmospheric dungeons, especially. I think Water Temple was really fun, personally. But I'd say my other favorite dungeon is the Spirit Temple. I really love the Spirit Temple as a dungeon. I think the Spirit Temple is definitely like up there as like my second favorite dungeon in Ocarina of Time. I also do like the fact that it incorporates both child and adult Link mechanics in that dungeon. Like, you cannot end up beating the dungeon with just like one form of Link. I also do like Ocarina of Time for the fact that like some of the dungeons can actually be kind of done out of order. So like you can end up like, if you want, like, I think by itself, if you have Ferori's Wind, you can actually do the entirety of Water Temple before the Forest Temple, provided you know how to kind of like, provided you know how to, where to use Ferori's Wind, because Ferori's Wind allows you to set like a respawn point. And yeah, you can just kind of use Ferori's Wind to kind of warp to an area of the dungeon that like, and again, it allows you to kind of like do some kind of sequence jumping you shouldn't be able to do otherwise. Fire Temple can be fully done with the bow. You can do the Fire Temple fully with the bow. So Fire Temple can be done 100% without the bow, since the only thing the bow is required for is actually just a dungeon map. Yeah, so like, you can literally do the entirety of the Fire Temple without the fairy bow. Now, obviously, it's probably not recommended because the fairy bow at least can be useful against the Volvagia boss fight. The boss fight against Volvagia, the ancient dragon that Ganondorf has resurrected. But yeah, like, because, yeah, you use a Megaton Hammer to stun Volvagia, but then the bow can be used to, like, hurt her main body when she's flying around. So you might, so again, it's recommended to kind of do Forest Temple before the Fire Temple, at least to get the bow. But then, like, the free dungeons can kind of be done in any order you like. So, Water Temple, I mean, there's only really, I think, like, two main stipulations for, like, the non-linearity of the dungeons. Spirit Temple must always be done after the Water Temple, since you require the long shot. And while you do not need the Lens of Truth to end up acquiring to get through the Haunted Wasteland, it's, again, extremely painful to do so without the Lens of Truth, because the Lens of Truth allows you to kind of see the, you know, the kind of like ghost guide for the Haunted Wasteland, which allows you to kind of get through the Desert Colossus. But yeah, without the ghost guide, the ability to see the ghost guide, getting through the Haunted Wasteland can be absolutely frustrating. And then, like, oh, I think you also have to do the Forest Temple, because you can't actually go back to the Forest Temple. You can't actually go back as Child Link until you beat the Forest Temple, since the Forest Temple actually is the Forest Temple unlocks the ability to go back to Child Link era. Or at least I think that's how it works. Yeah, so like Forest Temple is required to unlock the ability to go back to the past as present, you know, to go back to the past. The Water Temple is required to be beaten to be able to access the Spirit Temple, since you require the long shot. Or like, really, you just need the long shot. Yeah, beating the Forest Temple is necessary to unlock backtracking, but then you don't need to beat the Water Temple, but you do need the long shot. And by that point, you may as well just like beat the Spirit Temple anyway. Really? But yeah, I think in the end, like, Spirit Temple is definitely one of like my favorite, like, of all the Ocarina of Time dungeons aside from Forest Temple. But yeah, what we're gonna do is get to speak. Yeah, and then Forest Fire and Water Temple. You have to do that to unlock Shadow Temple. So Shadow Temple, to unlock the cutscene where you unlock Shadow Temple, you have to end up beating the first 3 temples, because otherwise the cutscene where Bongo Bongo damages the village just doesn't play. And yeah, we're gonna do this. Nope. Okay. But yeah. So, and you can also do, like, again, so Forest Fire and Water Temple can kind of be, like, done out of order. And then, like, Shadow and Spirit Temple then can be done out of order. But then also, what I've always done is I've always gone out my way to do Spirit Temple before Shadow Temple. I get the Lens of Truth, and then what I do is I end up getting the Lens of Truth as Child Link, and then just beelining it to the Haunted Wastelands. So I can just kind of like end up getting Silver Gauntlets, then doing the Gerudo Training Grounds, and completing all of that just to get the Ice Arrows. And that's a thing I've always done every single time I played Ocarina of Time. Because again, the Ice Arrows just make Bongo Bongo actually a lot more fun to do. Because you can just freeze one hand. You freeze one hand, essentially stun locking him. And then you just end up, it just makes him really easy. With the Bigoron Sword, you can actually defeat Bongo Bongo in like under a minute. It's actually crazy. He's like one of the hardest fights in the game. And then you can just kind of completely cheese the fight by just going out your way to do Ice Arrows, which I like when games do that. They reward you for exploring by just making something really easy. But again, making a boss fight very easy. I really enjoy that when they do that. I'm gonna throw that. Let's go. We got Stone and Spark. We're gonna exit. And we're gonna do what? Come on. I really want to actually, genuinely though, I do want to at least get a new PB by the end of the stream. But yeah, I feel like I would be open to playing Ocarina of Time, but like I probably wouldn't do that for like the shorts. I probably wouldn't do that as a short stream form. I would probably do that more as like a long stream form. That way then, like, you know, when people want to, you know, if people want to chat, then at least what I can do then is I can like chat to others then. Is we're just gonna go with this, we're gonna yes, but Stone and Spark is kind of like a little bit of an awkward ability. But yeah, I feel like, in my opinion, Pokemon, sorry, what am I talking about? Yeah, I think Majora's Mask, I've always been a Majora's Mask kind of guy, personally. I think Majora's Mask is a lot more enjoyable to me than Ocarina of Time. More so because, like, Majora's Mask, the world just kind of feels a bit more alive. And then there's just, like, again, the world just kind of has more personality. It's kind of the same reason why I really like Wind Waker. All the characters in Wind Waker just have so much more personality compared to, like, Ocarina of Time. Like, obviously, yeah, I'm not saying that Ocarina of Time characters don't have personality, but, like, the fact that characters kind of have, like, a life that have their own personal lives that are dictated by time of day is really cool. I think, yeah, that's like the one thing I really like about Wind Waker. I also love with Wind Waker how you can do like the whole figurine side quest. I always 100% complete Wind Waker because I love going out my way to get all the different figurines personally. That's always kind of been a thing I've really enjoyed. And then with Majora's Mask, I always like trying to get every single mask. That way then I can get the Fierce Deity. That way then, like, I get the Fierce Deity mask. Or, you know, you just can just fight Majora's Mask without it. I just like doing all the, like, side quests because I'm a very, like... Again, I like doing these side quests person sort of thing. I've always been, like, more of a side quest. Oh, you can, like... Yep. Well, I'm not even going to bother with you. Because you're just going to get crushed alive. I'm going to jump over you. That was actually kind of scary. Go up there. And we go up here. And we are basically done with this level, I hope. But yeah, I think personally, I think each Zelda game kind of does something different, I feel like. I think Twilight Princess is kind of the exception because it really tried to like copy a lot of Ocarina of Time's success and it kind of shows in the final product. I feel like, yeah, Twilight Princess is just like Ocarina of Time but for Wii, in my opinion. I've always kind of gotten that feeling. Because, like, again, like, a lot of, like, the level design, again, is, like, big and open. Like, Wind Waker tried something different by doing, like, an ocean. Majora's Mask tried something different by having the whole 3-day cycle. And then, yeah, like, Wind Waker was the Great Sea, Majora's Mask was the 3-day cycle. And then Skyward Sword tried doing something different by, like, having the whole, like, making all of the overworlds feel like pseudo dungeons, essentially. Like every single game is like every single area in Skyward Sword felt like a bit of a pseudo dungeon, where like there was always kind of that puzzle element, if that makes sense. If like what I'm saying makes any amount of sense. There was always kind of like a light puzzle element. Get rid of you. Yeah, there's also kind of like a bit of a light puzzle. That's what I really liked about Skyward Sword again, is that like it made items you get in dungeons relevant outside of the dungeons you get them in. Same thing with kind of like Wind Waker. It's really a lot of what like Wind Waker did. Wind Waker also kind of like made a lot of like the dungeon items you get kind of relevant outside the dungeon you get them. The grappling hook in Wind Waker is basic. The grappling hook and Deku Leaf, and then like the boomerang, because again, and they're also kind of like completely revamped as well. So like the boomerang essentially can now target like multiple enemies, which was carried over the Twilight Princess because again, it was such an interesting mechanic. And then you could also like manually target enemies. So like you could then be like, okay, well, target these enemies in this order, or like these switches in this order, which led to some kind of like more interesting puzzles. And then you have like the grappling hook. The grappling hook can be used to steal items from enemies. And then the Deku Leaf. I think the Deku Leaf was also kind of a really fun little power-up. I mean, it wasn't the best one in the world. In my opinion, but I feel like, again, the Deku Leaf was, again, another fun power-up that was added to Wind Waker. Again, that's always kind of an unnerving section. But yeah, like, Wind Waker at least made, like, all dungeons you get outside the dungeon were at least kind of like made relevant. And that's one thing I really appreciate Wind Waker doing. Because even Twilight Princess, I think one of the big criticisms of Twilight Princess is that like the items aren't really useful outside the dungeon you get them in. Like the Gale Boomerang is used to like for the wind-based puzzles in the Forest Temple, and then to end up kind of like cooling off the carriage when you're like doing the whole infamous defend the carriage escort mission that everyone really likes. Everyone really likes the defend the carriage mission. I can assure you that is a mechanic that everyone loves. But no, in all seriousness, that mechanic is that mechanic is absolute garbage. That mechanic is absolute garbage. I end up hating the Defend the Carriage mission, and I'm glad that they got rid of it. I'm glad they got rid of it. Like, I'm glad it was only like one section in the whole game that actually necessitated that. Because I don't like that mechanic at all. You are also gonna get... But yeah, the actual, yeah, the Defend the Carriage is like the worst mechanic in the entire game. And then, yeah, like, the claw... Again, the Fairy Bow is useful. And, again, the Fairy Bow is useful, but, like... That's because the bow is, like, always useful, because the bow is, like, one of the best weapons in the... It's also really it's also a really overpowered weapon, like, for such an early point in the game. You have, Then you have the claw shots. The claw shots are also kind of useful as, again, very useful. But then if you're talking about like the items that are actually unique, or at least like relatively unique, then unfortunately there's like no items. Unfortunately, there's not a whole lot of items that are like useful outside the dungeon you get them in, essentially. So like you get this spinner from the Arbiter's Grounds. I feel like the spinner had way more potential, and then they just decided not to do anything more with it. So like, it's used to grind on rails and to spin circular switches, but then they don't do anything else with it. Like, it's just the spinner is just there, I guess. I mean, yeah, it does make for a good boss fight in Star Lord, at least the second section. But then again, it just sucks that, like, again, it could have been, like, something akin to, oh, you can travel faster, but you travel faster, but at the expense of the ability to turn. So, like, it could have been a really cool way of traveling, like, you know, you travel super fast, but then, like, you steer like a bus. Or, like, even, oh, you can use the bow with it as well, or something like that. Just anything. And then, like, it's completely useless outside of what it's intended for. Which I absolutely despise when they do that. Like, again, it's the same thing with, like, any Zelda game. When you get a dungeon item, and then, like, the dungeon item just has, like, no value, like, outside of where you got it. And that's what I find to be just irritating, I suppose. But yeah, like, Skyward Sword, once again, it kind of, like, learned from Twilight Princess. Every single dungeon item you get is useful in some form or capacity outside of a dungeon you get it in. The beetle is useful when you get outside. I mean, you get the slingshot. Even, like, the slingshot is kind of useful, like... God damn it, F. But, yeah, I feel like... Well, attempt number 19. We're going to attempt number 9. But yeah, as I was saying, again, Skyward Sword made all the dungeon items at least useful in some way or another. And actually, I do like also the fact that they kind of fully incorporate the motion controls. Like, the motion controls are implemented very well because of the whole Wii Motion Plus. A lot of people love to bash on Skyward Sword because of, like, the whole motion control gimmicks. But I feel like a lot of people love to bash the game, not for the motion control gimmick, but for the fact that, like, again, they can't just wildly swing their sword like a maniac. I feel like that's, like, the main reason why everyone is so, like, they don't like Skyward Sword. Because they're like, oh, I can't just, like, spam the sword attack to defeat enemies. This game sucks. And I feel like a lot of people fall into that mentality of, like, because they can't play the game the way they want to play the game sucks. And it's not, and therefore it's not like the game's problem, it's the fact that you're not willing to learn the controls. It's the fact that one's not willing to learn, you know, to play the game how the game intends you to play it, as to why, like, you're having such trouble. Because again, if you don't learn how to play the game, of course you're going to be bad at the game. That's just a natural given. And that's for any video game. It's not just, like, adventure games, like platformer games, racing games, you know, platformers, races, shooters, horror games, survival games, like any game, any video game. If you are one who refuses to learn how to play the game, you're going to struggle at the game. You are 100% going to struggle, and that's just, again, a natural given. Because, again, you refuse to learn how to play the game, how the devs actually want you to play the game. And that's just kind of like, again, that's what really annoys me. Because, again, it shows, like, it's not a game problem, it's like the player problem. It's more of a player problem because, again, like, if the player's not making an effort to learn how to play a game, then it just gets, like, it gets very annoying, you know? Because a lot of people love to basically be like, oh, I'm not playing the game properly, therefore it's the game's problem. And it's like, no, the reason why you're struggling in the game is because you're not learning how to play the game. It's not a game problem, it's a you problem. Because you're not learning how to play the game properly. And that's, again, that's the thing that really annoys me to no end, is the fact that, like, people love to blame everything else but themselves when they struggle at something. Instead of, you know, admitting that, yeah, it's probably a skill. Instead, yeah, it's probably a bit of a skill issue, you know? And, like, again, it's kind of like the whole thing of, like, you know, the reason why Majora's Mask 3D kind of ended up being a bad remake. Because again, instead of like, you know, the thing is when a game developer does not understand why their original work is so beloved, they are more likely to make changes that undermine the overall quality of the game itself. Like, Eiji Aonuma did, like, the prime example of, like, yeah, like, he ended up, again, he may have probably struggled on some areas, like, in Majora's Mask, and because of that, he ended up making a bunch of changes for, you know, not really any good reason. Like, he ended up making a bunch of changes that end up, once again, undermining the base quality of the game. Like, oh, the Deku Link sections, he didn't like the Deku Link sections, therefore he had to completely water down the Deku Link sections. Or, you know, despite the fact that the original design, there was absolutely no problem with it whatsoever because the game had instructive level. Again, the level design was designed in an instructive manner. So, again, like, you have, like, again, instructive level design is like no risk, low risk, and you gradually build that risk up. And then that's like why the Deku Link section worked so well in the first place. Because again, like, it rewarded players for like learning and mastering the controls. And learning and mastering the controls, again, the best part of a video game is when it ends up rewarding players for learning how to actually, you know, fully master controls. It's the exact same thing. It's the exact same reason why, like, again, and don't even get me started, I'm gonna get into bosses in a bit, but like Zora Link was designed, again, with a bit of a learning curve, and like the entirety of the Great Bay, again, you can swim around super fast with Zora Link, and like, again, the thrill of being able to swim super fast is what made Zora Link enjoyable in the first place. And then because because the Great Bay is so big, that's more opportunity to get used to Zora Link's swimming controls. And that's like the best aspect of it. You get used. You end up getting used to Zora Link. And because you're getting used to Zora Link's controls, it makes the swimming sections it makes the swimming sections that are otherwise a challenge easier. Because again, the game has instructively taught you how to, like, utilize it to its full extent without the player even realizing. But in the remake, I don't know why, but they ended up making it so he ends up swimming akin to just regular Link wearing the Zora armor in Twilight Princess, like a generic swimming animation, which no one asked for. Which, and again, like, absolutely nobody asked for. And, like, I mean, yes, the fast swimming still does technically exist, but then the problem is now it consumes magic, so a lot of people will just be like, oh no, that uses magic, I shouldn't use that, I should probably save that for when I need it. And then you just never use it because there's never an opportunity to actually learn how to use said mechanic until, like, the one section where the game expects you to have mastered the mechanics. This also kind of creates, like, again, a lot of issues in the Gerudo Pirate Fortress section because, again, you need the fast swimming in that section. Like, the fast swimming is very useful, but then you need magic for other copy abilities, and they didn't make it so magic spawns either. So you can actually, like, you can very easily run out of magic. I mean, there's also technically, like, another change in the Gerudo Pirate Fortress I do not like, which actually pertains to one of the masks you can obtain. They actually changed how you obtain the stone mask for no reason at all. So, in the original version of the game, in Ikana Valley, if you use the Lens of Truth in Ikana Valley, you get the stone mask, which is a mask intended to make the stealth section, you know, basically makes the player invisible. So it makes stealth sections a lot more bearable. But then you still, like, the main, like, areas, like the Gerudo Pirate mini-bosses, you still have to fight the mini-bosses. So you can't just, like, cheese the entire thing. Like, again, it's intended for if you're struggling in the stealth sections of the game. Where did they move? So what did they change with the stone mask in the way you obtain it? Well, the only way to get the Stone Mask in Carnivale, well, the only way to get Stone Mask in Majora's Mask 3D is by, you know, getting pretty much almost to the end of the Gerudo Pirate Fortress to find the same postman who's invisible to everyone and gives you the Stone Mask. So you don't get the Stone Mask until it's like no longer relevant, until it's no longer really that relevant to the player at all, which is just like, why did they change? Why change something that didn't need fixing? Why try to fix something that isn't broken in the first place? And then it's the same thing with Zora Link. Again, they tried to fix the Zora Link swimming mechanic for no reason at all. Again, they did not need to change the Zora Link mechanic, and then they just decided to anyway. It's the same thing with Deku Link. They changed how Deku Link's mechanics work, and then they also changed how all the boss fights work. So Adowa was actually unique in the fact that it's essentially a no-holds-barred fight to the death. You know, one rule, defeat him before he defeats you. How did they change that in the Ocarina Majora's Mask 3DS remake? They added big eyeball to his back for no reason. They add eyeball to his back for no reason. They end up changing... They just end up totally changing how the boss fight works from a fundamental value. And they essentially end up... Yeah, they just did so many... again, they just made the game... Again, in short, they just made the game more generic, in my opinion. For no reason at all. Throw. That. Got that. And yeah, like, again, it's just a bunch of arbitrary changes for, like, absolutely no reason at all. And then they also kind of, like, made certain aspects worse. So they ended up, so, what was it? In Majora's Mask 3D, like, they ended up making it so, like, a lot of them, again, like, the Bomber Guide notebook was actually fine in the original game. There was absolutely no need to change that whatsoever. So, how did they change the Bomber notebook to make it worse? They end up making it so they ended up making it so, like, there's this long ass pause every single time you end up gaining information on a new character, which ended up making the whole, like, in the original game, just a little, like, banner appeared, and then it, like, that was it. But in the remake, they have to play a whole ass cutscene of you getting information on that character. And it makes it go from being an interesting mechanic to just tedious. Because again, like, it's just like, it's the whole, like, kind of blue coins all over again, except with the blue coins, it's just, like, worse anyway. Yeah, but, like, I think, yeah, they just ended up making a bunch of mechanics worse for absolutely no reason. Again, they just did a bunch of changes to make everything generic, and then just for the sake of being mainstream. The thing is, Majora's Mask shined when it was, you know, weird, wacky, unique. And the problem is by removing that weird, wacky, and unique aspect, it just completely destroys what makes Majora's Mask Majora's Mask. And I feel like, again, a lot of people were, like, really... Again, there were people who were like, oh yeah, like, this is the first time I've ever been able to beat Majora's Mask. Because I couldn't beat the original. But then that's the thing. The game was built for you. It wasn't built for the people who played the original Majora's Mask in the first place. Like, it wasn't built for the OG Majora's Mask fans. And, like, so what they did essentially was they just made a worse version of the game just so the mainstream audience can beat it. And, like, the original will always be better. Like, Ocarina of Time 3D actually kind of improves on certain aspects. Yes, Ocarina of Time does kind of dumb down some mechanics, like the Water Temple is probably, like, one of the most infamous things. Like, Water Temple ended up kind of, like, getting dumped down a lot. Okay, that's not gonna work. But yeah, like, Water Temple was actually dumped down a lot. So what they did was they just color-coded every floor. They just color-coded every single floor. They ended up color-coding... Yeah, every floor was color-coded. So that was for player convenience. But then it removes the whole, like... Again, the Water Temple is also kind of probably somewhat linear anyway. Like, again, the player could kind of like, again, work out for intuition. But then the problem with Water Temple in the Ocarina of Time 3D is that, like, yeah, the boots being an item is definitely like an improvement I can get behind. But not color coding literally the entire dungeon for the sake of hand holding for the player. Like, I absolutely despise, like, when they just end up, like, when a remake just kind of dumbs down everything to end up just, like, trying to suit the mainstream audience. I don't like that at all, personally. I think that's, like, one of the worst things you can do for a remake, is just kind of dump down. I mean, unless, of course, it was kind of, like, again, not properly... unless, of course, like, it was... again, extremely vague and just, like, you needed to, like, look up and guide levels of bad, then, yeah, like, I can understand that, okay, you might want to, like, improve on that section. But, like, if there was nothing wrong with that in the first place, then why bother? Like, why bother changing something that, once again, does not need fixing? They did also kind of have to, like, massively censor... They ended up censoring all the blood. So, like, Ocarina of Time had a lot of, like, blood assets in the bottom of the well and the Shadow Temple. They completely censored that in the 3DS version. So, like, some people might want to play the original version because of that. And then they also did the censorship in Majora's Mask as well. Once again, Majora's Mask also did, like, a bunch of censorship. Which, again... I feel like it's more like... I feel like the problem is, like, yeah, they got more sensitive, and then they had to, like, kind of, again, reclassify everything. It's funny because, like, a lot of games nowadays... A lot of games back then that were, like, rated PG would be, like, rated M nowadays. Like, the rating would actually get bumped up, which I find really funny. Like, how you kind of get stuff past a radar back in the day, but now it won't get past today. But, yeah... I mean, and then there's also, like, the whole, like, censorship of, you know, international, like, different releases of games having, like, censorship to try and comply with an audience. There is also that as well, which is, like, why? I mean, I get it, like, if cultural values are different, but, like, I feel like censorship for the sake of censorship is, like, that's a no-no for me, personally. Like, I don't like when they do censorship for the sake of censorship. Because I feel like, yeah, that can kind of, like, again, reduce an overall quality of game. I also don't like when the censorship is done, like, really poorly. So, like, oh, if you want, like, if a game's too graphic and they censor it and then they just make the graphics worse. Like, I don't like when that happens. And then there's, like, banned games. Like, games that are just outright banned in, like, certain countries for different reasons. Like, Australia is actually pretty infamous for actually banning a crap ton of, like, games that honestly, like, are not that when you look at the surface are just not offensive. Like, Australia, again, if you just want to, like, look through every single game that Australia had censored, or, like, you know, either heavily censored or, like, just refused classification, you would just be here all day. Like, you would 100% be here all, like, you know, reading through that all day. Like, if you were reading, like, how they were censored or why they were just refused classification in the country. And it's just, like, again, I feel like Australia is a lot worse than Germany in that regard. Like, Germany actually got, like, certain games in a censored format. Like, at least Germany got games in a censored format. Whereas Australia, for the most part, is like, nope, if the government doesn't like it, then it's just outright refused classification in general. Like, even if you're looking at, like, the versions that German, like, censored versions that German got, sometimes the censored versions that Germans would get would be too extreme, would be too much for the Australian classification board for no reason at all. Like, again, why? Why would they end up just censoring, like, refusing classification? Like, I mean, Australia also does have a massive thing against, like, alcohol and drugs. So one thing to note is that alcohol and drugs are actually treated pretty seriously in Australia. So that's why, like, any game with alcohol or drug references in video games is just outright refused classification. Even to this day, like, alcohol no longer gets the game censored, but drugs do. Like, drugs will always get the game kind of censored, no matter what. And there's, like, a lot of video games that kind of, like, unfortunately then suffered, like, didn't get classified as a result. And there were some games that didn't ever get... There were some games that have never gotten reclassified, despite the fact that, like, you know, the law changes. Like, again, Conker's Bad Fur Day is, like, again, a cult classic among Nintendo 64 fans. But then the reason why that game never got a public... The reason why that game never got released in Australia is because, again, like, the game just has, like... It has drug references. Like, again, one of the actual, like, power-ups involves you taking, like, antacid or aspirin or something like that. Again, like, because some power-ups actually involve you actively consuming a drug or something to get a power boost, the ACB was just like, nope. They said no to that, and they just refused classification. Yeah, I don't know whether Conker's Bad Fur Day was actually released in Germany, but I know for a fact that Conker's Bad Fur Day is, like, one of, like, a handful, one of, like, many very popular video games that ended up just getting outright censored in Australia because, again, like, it had alcohol and drugs. Really, I think a surefire way to end up getting a game censored in Australia is to have drug references in it. You know, have drugs in it. If you have drugs in a video game, then, like, it's gonna get censored. It's also the reason why, like, GTA often got released in a massively censored state, because, like, again, Grand Theft Auto, and you also got to take into account, we never had an R18 plus rating until, like, 2013. Like, it took us, again, after video games release, it took almost 3 decades. It took almost 3 whole decades just to get just an R18 plus rating for video games in general, because, like, a lot, again, like, because there was no R18 plus rating, so many people were like, oh, okay, well, we're just gonna, like, refuse classification. Again, if the game would be too extreme for MA, then Nintendo just said no to the game in general. Like, then ACB just said no, and you couldn't do anything about it. It's actually the reason why so many popular games never got released in Australia. Like, again, Conker's Bad Fur Day never got released. The only reason why Grand Theft Auto released was because they censored it to the absolute best of their abilities. Because, again, like, if they did not censor Grand Theft Auto, then Grand Theft Auto would just be outright refused classification and wouldn't be released in Australia. I mean, and it all kind of, like... The only reason why we got an R18 plus rating was actually because of Grand Theft Auto 5, so GTA 5 was gonna actually... I believe... My knowledge is that Rockstar got to the point of, like, saying that they're not going to release a censored version of the game anymore. And basically, because they weren't going to censor the game, that meant that, like, what was going to happen is basically... Yeah, because they ended up... Oh, no. Okay, for those enemies, I want to take the distance. But yeah, basically, they didn't want to, like, release censored versions of the game anymore. And because of that... They ended up, because of that, that would have meant that in the case of, like, Australia would not be getting GTA 5, which would cause a major amount of controversy, which would obviously for sure cause, like, a lot of controversy. Like, again, GTA is, like, one of the, like, the most, again, it's insanely popular. So, like, if again, the latest Grand Theft Auto game got refused classification, because the ACB just, like, oh, they're not releasing a censored version anymore, so we're not going to classify it, we're not going to allow it to be legally released in Australia. People were absolutely going to riot. Like, that was going to happen. A lot of people were going to be, like, very upset. And so, like, the thing is, they decided to do, like, a whole, like... So all the, like, different, like, regional ministers were like, okay, do we make R18 plus a thing? And, like, the petition had to be a unanimous decision. Like, they couldn't just be like, oh yeah, we'll just, like... Because they were all like, okay. So the censored version was like... Because there was no longer going to be a censored version, like, it was never going to be classified. And, like, again, they just didn't... Obviously, like, you know, people were going to get extremely upset about that. And, like, the funny thing is that, like, every single regional minister did agree on releasing Grand Theft, you know, on not releasing Grand, but just adding an R18 plus rating in general. Except for, like, there was one minister in South Australia that was against it. And unfortunately, to include R18 plus, to include an R18 plus rating, you need, like, again, unanimous decision has to be a thing. Because, again, if not every single party agrees, then, like, the ruling doesn't go through. But because then, like, people got so upset that they weren't releasing, you know, at that minister for not allowing an R18 plus rating, what happened was people just, when it came time to pick the next minister, they just, like, again, they immediately voted for the other person just to spite the person. Because, again, because he was not allowing an R18 plus rating to be added, because he was not allowing R18 plus to be a thing, people were legitimately very upset as a result. And after voting him out, the other minister was like, yeah, sure, why not add? Again, was like, sure. Like, I don't see why not. I don't see why we shouldn't. Was all like, I don't see why we shouldn't end up having an R18 plus. And as such, like, because that one person got voted out, that's why they ended up getting the R18 plus. So it took, like, that's the reason why it took so long just to get an R18 plus rating in general. That's the reason why it took so long. Because, again, people were just like... People got upset at that person for not wanting to add an R18 plus rating in the first place. I mean, it's not like the R18 plus rating has helped to prevent less games from being refused classification, no. It just, all it's done is made it so, like, the MA rated game, the games that were, like, the GTA games that got censored because of the lack of an R18 plus rating are now actually able to be released in an uncensored state. That's literally, like, the only thing that has legit changed. As a result, is that there's just been more opportunities to release games in kind of like a more censored, in just a less censored state. The games that were initially refused classification due to kind of like, you know, having drugs in them or anything, they still get refused classification. That fact unfortunately has not changed. That fact unfortunately sadly just hasn't changed at all. But they have actually, how do I explain? But in games that would normally have to get like massively censored, games that would normally have to get like heavily censored in order to be able to re-release in Australia no longer have to be censored. And I feel like that's like the thing that like really mattered to a lot of people. Pass over. Yeah, the fact they try to like ambush you from behind is actually kind of nasty of the devs. But yeah, that's like the reason why, because otherwise we wouldn't be getting games like we wouldn't be getting like some of the newer Mortal Kombat games or Disco Elysium or anything like that. Again, it took like the ACB to like, you know, decide, oh yeah, we're gonna like release an R18 plus game, to then finally be like, but yeah, it's just, that's just kind of like a fun little thing. I mean, they still censor a bunch of games because, you know, just gonna jump up here. Now, I want to get Spark and Bomb this time. I want to see if I can, really, I just kind of probably want to, let's go. Okay, we've gotten that. Now we just wait. Yeah, you can actually kind of get crushed to death here. Which, by the way, does count as a taking damage. And will mean that we have to reset the run. Yep. Now we just sit here. I'm going to jump, and I'm going to spam hover. And now I'm going to go up here. Go up here. And this is what we use this ability for. So, sun, water droplet, and tree. So what we do is go in here, hold down, tree, water droplet, hold down, this, hold down, and we get the crystal shard. I'm going to get rid of ability, since we no longer need it. And then what we'll do is I want to go up here. That's what it is. We are going to need... I do want to try and get double spark if possible. It's all you. Get you. Jump you. Nope. That's this. Damn, my throwing accuracy is actually garbage. I'm actually kind of annoyed. There we go. Oh, we're waiting. I missed that. And go like that. We jump on that. And we go on here. And this is mini boss time. And I'm going to get here, and we're just going to sit here. And that's the final crystal shard. That's a final crystal shard, really? Okay, that was actually not that bad. Is there another section here? Yes, there is. Okay, we're going to do this very carefully. I am not grabbing those, you know, poles, by the way, because there are electrical enemies. And there we go. That's the new PB. Let's go. Okay, so we got boss time. I don't think we can use an ability on this boss. So this is definitely one of the most unique bosses in the game. Basically, it's 3 entities that fire an energy crystal. He's gonna like go around that. He's gonna go around that. Let's see if I can, go like that. That. Yeah, this is kind of like just trying to memorize. Again, this is actually kind of like, go like that. Go like that. Down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up. How the hell did I not take any damage there? What? I'm gonna get this. And this is where the boss fight actually begins. I didn't even know that these attacks existed. I'm gonna swallow this. It's gonna stop them. Get that. That. Two. Go like that. Go like that. And that's boss fight done. Okay, that was actually quite tricky. But anyways, personal best, let's go. That's our next grand crystal shard. Onwards to Aquastar, the third world of the game. There is a new cutscene to watch. The whole, like, Kirby is hungry, so he just hallucinates. over everything, so yeah. Aquastar, first level's gonna require Ice and Bomb, so we will need to like get an Ice Bomb copy hybrid. That is going to be again escorting Ice and Bomb is not going to be too bad because it's not actually an awful ability. It does kind of like render you a little bit open to ranged attacks though, so that is a thing to keep in mind. But yeah, I think the second level and the fourth level are probably going to be a bit more trickier. I think the first level is only going to be tricky because of that one crystal shard we need to get. So what ability do we get? I'm actually going to quickly... I'm going to go back to Popstar. I'm going to try and get Ice and Bomb because that's the ability we need. Again, it's extremely risky going back to later levels because, again, you could probably just, like, take a silly hit and then just end the run there. But, yeah, we need Ice and Bomb. I think we actually do need to... I think you can get Ice and Bomb, but I think it's just probably safer to do it this way. And then also then we get to see Ice and Bomb for, like, the first time. Drop Bomb. Again, Bomb is kind of an interesting ability in this game. What we do, I'm actually going to do this. Grab you. And I'm going to do this. Damn janky. Yeah, it's just, again, the homing properties on this thing are not great. Again, Double Bomb is not... I think Double Bomb is actually a little bit worse than the base version, if I want to be honest. I mean, it's good for, it's good for that, got that. That's gonna keep itself in place. Ice, go up, and then, yep, this is how Ice. So Ice is, or, I mean, it's technically called Freeze in this game, but, like, that's not what I wanted to do. Swallow you. Did the ice enemy... Did the ice enemy end up respawning down lower? Let me double check. And now, what we do is I'm just going to do this. Spit you out. And grab you. There we go. Anyways, we've done that. We've done Rockstar. We've done all of the levels. Absolutely hoping we don't have to do that again. That is kind of a fairly lengthy world. We got Aquastar. Gonna coat ourselves. And yeah, it's basically exploding snowman that we either end up having to, like, again, what to do. Yeah, it does like a one-off thing. Just sit here. Jump. Jump. Yeah, this is kind of a risky ability. Because again. And then you get these color enemies. I'm just keeping an eye out for crystal shards. I hate how you can't, like, manually detonate this ability. That's, like, the only thing I do not like. But yeah, we're just gonna keep this. But yeah, this is actually where, like... do. And yeah, this ability is, like, again, it's slower. It's extremely dangerous to use this in the water. Because, again, you're just left so dangerously wide open. Or is this the ability that requires fire and stone? I don't know. We'll just do it like this. Oh, yeah, it's this enemy. Do that. Do that. Got there. so glad I was able to react to that in time. Oh, I saw like the whole run flash before my eyes. Right there. Jump. Got that. Yep. Form that. Boom. Jump. Form snowman. Boom. Yeah, the fact you have to like escort this ability throughout the whole level's gonna suck. Or maybe not. Go like that. Go like that. Oh yeah, and then there's like that. That's you. Why must you exist? Go like that. Run, 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 run. I am not dealing with you. Oh, and then there's like these freaking enemies as well. Yep, these are ones. These are also annoying. Go like that. Get rid of you. Go like that. Boom. Go like that. Boom. Go like you. Go boom. What do we do? Yeah, this is like a one. I feel like this is also kind of maybe... But yeah, we need this. But it doesn't give you, like, outright invulnerability. Boom, like that. Yeah, getting ice and bomb through here is going to be a bit tricky. This isn't... This is not as bad as the second level. Oh, but yeah, I almost ate my words there. Get rid of you. Again, so that was not the second crystal shard. Oh no. So where is... Where is... If I just sit here... Yeah, I'm taking this very, very safely. I am not taking any risks. I refuse. Boom. And then we just wait again. Gonna wait. Until it explodes. We get our crystal shard. And there is that. That is pointless. We'll do this. Nope. You're also there. Now we run. We get to like the most annoying enemy in the entire game. Come on. Nope. This is the reason why, like, go, 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 and we stand on here. Yes, we actually got through this without the ability. Let's go. Light that up. Go in there. Fly up. Crystal shard. We'll just beeline it. Nope. Jump. 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 Yeah, that's like the one reason why this level is just... Oh no. Hello, Chibi Manny. Hello, welcome to the chat. How have you been? How has your day been? I'd be very interested to hear. Second level is the mountain stream level. Now, this one requires... Hello, how are you doing? Hope you've been having... I hope your day's been fine today. Hope you've had a really lovely day today. Yeah, so we need fire and stone. Nope, I'm not going to be able to reach him. Probably, again, the bomb enemies are always kind of scary. Gonna go like this. Yeah, we need bomb and stone. So what we do is we go through here. I'm actually going to stick underneath. I think this might actually be safer. There's stone. I'm going to grab stone. Yeah. This is my #1 favorite Kirby game. You have very good taste. Yeah. I'm glad to hear that. Glad to hear that. Yeah, so, like, again, this is definitely, like, one of the most unique... This is definitely the most unique Kirby game to this day. Like, again, they have not made another Kirby game quite like this one, I feel. Again, this is... I feel like the mix abilities, like, there's no other game that's done, like, mixed abilities in the same, like, kind of vein. And, nope. Nope. No. Can I just want to get rid of that enemy. No, I'm not dealing with that. Let me respawn. Can I, got that. Jump. 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 I just, again, I want to see if I can get fire. Yeah, we need fire. Do you not get fire in this? Oh, you do? I'm gonna have to backtrack to get stone, though. Well, that's kind of... Again, I'm gonna have to backtrack to get stone. Backtrack to get stone, it shouldn't be too bad. Jump. Yeah. Got that. Just hover our way back. Yep, literally just get that. There's a crab enemy somewhere, or not. Okay, we'll get through here. We'll go through. Go jump, we're going to boost through here, and we're going to basically backtrack all the way to get that stone ability. Again, we're not meant to use stone just to kind of like have invulnerability cheese, because that just makes the run boring. This is the ability we want to get. Throw that. Yeah, we get a volcano. We get volcano. We get volcano, which is, again, this is the first time we're actually using this ability in Kirby. Again, it's got okay-ish, okay-ish range. It's got, yeah, it's okay. I like how you can, like, turn it, so, like, you do end up having, like, protection both above and to the sides of the player. I do really appreciate that. So what we do is I'm just gonna hold this, kind of tilt this in this direction. Oh, this just essentially resets. Yep, and we're just gonna like jump up and down. I'm gonna star stick you. Yeah, it's actually quite a little bit tricky, to be honest. You're gonna run to the edge. No, you're not. We're just gonna go like that. I'm gonna take you out, and I think this is the area where you actually require. Yep, this is the 100% the area where you require the mini boss. So I'm just gonna like do this. Yes. Yes, I was actually quite nervous about whether we'd actually get through that. And now we have to get all the way back down. Okay. Get that. Get that. Down and down. And that is the first crystal shard, I think. Oh, and then you have, I think... Oh, yeah, it's this log ride. Oh, it's like the whole boat ride. Everyone's favorite mechanic. This is one of our favorite mechanics, isn't it? Well, let's hope we end up jump. Again, I've always, like... This is like the one mechanic I've always been nervous about for this run. Jump. We got the crystal shard. Let's go. That's the... Again, I didn't want to have to try and replay through the whole level just to get lock ride. We jump. Maybe... Is this not that bad, actually? Oh, yeah, the camera kind of got a bit awkward there. Another one. Jump up there. Jump up. I do like how they kind of like warn you. Is that it? Yep, this is it. Let's go. Let's go. We're actually making a little bit more headway. Jump down. Now, I do believe that there are going to be enemies. Oh! Invincibility candy. Yep. we're definitely taking that and we are definitely beelining it. And we're just going to run to the end of this level. And then hopefully, somewhere along the way, we can get the final crystal shard and get through this level. Oh, found it. I almost ran past it. So, I don't think this ability is actually going to be that helpful, to be honest. I see you. You got that. Nope. Oh, it's not. This level's not over yet? This level's not over yet? I thought that was the end of the level. Oh, and you got like these spike log hazards. Okay, yep, I know. I know what this area is. Go up here. And again, we're gonna play this we're gonna try and play this as carefully as possible. Again, I want to see how far I can get. And then see if I can actually make any amount of progress. You gotta survive the spiky cinnamon rolls. Yeah, they do look like spiky cinnamon rolls, don't they? They actually definitely look like spiked cinnamon rolls. They definitely do. Again, I've gotten so far in the run, I really just don't want to take damage now, otherwise it's just all Jova. This isn't even going to be like the hardest section, I know that for a matter of fact. I know it's going to get like, there is going to be a much harder section later down, like World 4 is going to be like the big road. It's going to be like the big major roadblock in this whole run. I'm taking this. And I'm going... Yeah, I do like one of the mechanics in this game where you can actually kind of just like hold an enemy overhead. And then like it does different actions depending on what, you know, the enemy is. So like certain enemies, like they can like again make, you know, slow falling or even like they even fire projectiles. Acro might end your run. Good luck. Thanks. Let's. Yeah. Oh, I nearly ran into that. Okay, that. Yeah, Acro's actually a surprisingly hard boss by by like mid-game Kirby standards. Again, Acro is like one of those boss fights. What ability do I want to take into the Acro fight? I have no idea at all. I have no idea. I want to take in Drill, but then like with copy abilities, they just work slower underwater. I think with this one we need... Yeah, we're going to read Stonecutter for this one. Stonecutter is going to be a necessary ability. I think, though, before I worry about Acro, I still have to get past the 4th level, because again, that level is fully underwater. Bomb and Boomerang is good against Acro. Actually, that is actually a really good point, isn't it? Yeah, because, like, again, it's not affected by the underwater slowdown, is it? I think I might actually want to, like, you know, go back and get a Bomb Cutter then, actually. Yeah, thanks to the tip there. Like, again, I think that might actually be a really good ability. I think World 4, though, is going to be absolutely daunting, though. Like, World 4, you've got, like, World 2 and World 4 in particular, I think, are going to be are just going to be, like, run killers. I think they're going to be, I think those two are going to end my run. I think if it's not Acro, and it's not the underwater level, I think World 2 and World 4 might be the two levels that kind of, like, do my run. And I think we might be stuck on those for quite a while. Again, but this level is actually quite an easy one. I like how this is kind of like the breather level of sorts. I do like, yeah, kind of the breather aspect. I'm just going to wait there. I'm going to grab you, and I'm going to see you. Yeah, I think it's actually sometimes, some levels might actually be a bit better. You can do the underwater where down damage is doable. Yeah, I'm still, like, super nervous, though. Like, it's because there's, like, one enemy that, like, that has, like, appendages that extend above you. That's, like, the one enemy I'm, like, again, very worried about. Because, again, like, there's also, like, the Falling Rock section. The Falling Rock section is not that bad, actually. But there is actually a much worse one later on in Neostar. Well, speaking of, Cutter and Bomb. Speaking of Cutter and Bomb, we do actually get that. unfortunately, it's... Actually, does this ability require 1 or 2 mix abilities for the crystal shards? I don't know. Yeah, but I think I do like Cutter and Bomb for the fact that it can just attack across the whole map. I think that is definitely one of like the better abilities in the game. I think, let me check up here. I think, didn't this one require Cutter and Bomb? Drop down. Go to the side. Yeah, this actually does require Cutter and Bomb, huh? Well, what do you know? Go up here. If you want to avoid damage by the rocks, you could get double electric. Yeah, but for Neo Star, you do require Ice and Needle, and you can't get Ice within the level itself. In fact, I think there's actually like a few different Ice mix abilities you can get that can actually get that one Crystal Shard about half, I think it's like halfway through the level. But I think Ice and Needle might be the best one. I don't know if there's any other like Ice combinations you could get. I don't know whether there's like any other combinations that would be doable. But I know Ice and Needle is like one of them. I know Ice and Needle is one of them, but I don't know. I think Double Ice is not... Ice and Needle, like... I know like Double Ice can't do it. Fire and Ice is obviously kind of pointless. Ice and Bomb cannot. But yeah, there's like, again, so many... Yeah. So go down that. Yeah, like, Double Electric is really good for avoiding damage from the rocks if you're doing, like, no, not every Crystal Shard, but because this is 100% run, and because we do need an Ice mix ability specifically to get that one Crystal Shard, we do not get the option of Double Spark as a result. But yeah. Yeah, I think, yeah, Cutter and Bomb for Acro. Cutter and Bomb for Acro. And then outside of the Acro boss fight, there's obviously Bomb and Stone. Bomb and Stone are going to be absolutely, like, some of the worst parts. I think, yeah, Stone... Don't forget, you can also borrow some enemy build by holding above your head. That is... Yeah, I do have to remember that, keeping that in mind. But then, like, again, I don't think that really helps that much in the sub-training. I don't think that's going to help. I mean, yeah, there's, like, Ice and Needle, but... Yeah, is there any way of getting that, like, one Crystal Shard without Ice and Needle? I don't know. But yeah, there's also, like, Dynamite. Dynamite is also going to be, like, absolutely terrified. Did not mean to defeat that enemy. Yeah, we do need, Stone and Cutter for one of a Crystal Shard. You can slide kick past some enemies. That is true. That is true. Yeah, you can slide kick. Again, slide kick. Can you slide kick the flaming rocks? I don't know whether you can. I think they'd still damage you. I could be wrong, though. I could very much be wrong. Yes, hold this. Again, this section isn't too bad. How many... Again, I think... Yeah, you can slide kick enemy. You can... Probably better not chance it. Yeah, I think we just gotta, like, basically hope for the best. I think it's probably far too risky to try and do something we're not entirely sure about. Because again, if we try and slide kick cast the vault, try slide kick the rocks, and then they just gonna because I think they only damage in front of you as well. Is the other thing as well. Okay, there's nothing over here. Yeah. Oh. Well, this is... Well, I think I can... You can try headbutting them. I mean, I don't think you can headbutt the volcanic rocks. I think the volcanic rocks will still try and damage you anyway. But yeah, I mean, I feel like we're gonna have to, like, try and figure out a solution. It's also a risk. Yeah, it's also definitely very much a risk. And then we fall down. This is actually the one instance of mandatory Stone and Cutter. Again, we're trying not to use the Stone ability to cheese. But again, that's Ku. That is Kine. That is Ku again. Yeah, for this, to get this Crystal Shard, You need to go to Rick specifically. This is Nargo. Okay, we do not want Nargo. Yeah, for speed runs. Yep, and as you can see... Oh, no, that's also Nargo. They all... Nargo and Rick really do look the same, huh? They really do look very alike. That's Nargo again. Where the heck is Rick? Like, where is... That's Pitch. Where on earth is Rick? I'm just mashing the button until, like, I get the right one. That's Rick. That's Nargo again. That's Rick. Yeah, so... That's why you need to... This is, like, the one instance in the game where this actual ability of Rick is actually useful. Never anywhere else in the game does this actually get, like, used. Because you can't actually, like, inhale up the, well, you can't actually, like, inhale up enough because it's too far up. But anyways, that's that ability done. And we're onwards. So we got all the crystal... Jump. We've got to avoid them spiky cinnamon rolls, as we like to call them. Yeah, that one's delayed. Nor would anyone ever figure out without having... Nor would I ever figure out without having played Dreamland 3. Yeah, I think it was meant to be, like, a kind of like a thing for Kirby Dreamland 3 players. Like, for those who have played Dreamland 3, it's like, oh yeah, this is like... Did you know that this special technique exists? But, like, even those who, like, again, if you haven't played Dreamland 3, how on earth would you know to get that ability? I think that's probably, like, one of the worst crystal shards in the game specifically because of how cryptic it is. Because, again, like, if you haven't played Dreamland 3, you wouldn't know about the ability. And so, like, for those who never grew up with the SNES console, they would never know that you could ever do that. And so it's just like, you're just like trying to figure everything out through trial and error. Yeah, this is like... Oh, you can stand on that area? Oh, that was... No! Oh, no! 1 out of 4.5. 1 out of 4 of the hardest crystal shards to collect. Yeah, and then you've also got like... Yeah, that was extremely unfortunate. Yeah. The other hard ones, you've got the factory level in Shiver Star. That's another one. Look how far we were. That's so unfortunate. Oh, I'm actually kind of a bit upset about that. But yeah, like you got the crystal. You got like, yeah, the cutter one. Factory is easy. Yeah, like if you're doing a Damageless, I mean, is it really? I mean, the one you've got like the DDD section. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. We'll see when we get there, I guess. But like, how? I think factory. I think the lava level. I think the volcano level will probably be like the biggest brick wall in the entire game. Because the brick, yeah, you just have like the falling rock section. You have to carry ice and needle throughout like the entire level. So there's that you have to take into account as well. There's a whole like chase section. And then you have the DDD section as well, and the DDD section also has a fairly cryptic shard as well. Again, I think the Stone and Cutter one... The Stone and Cutter one isn't too bad if you know about the Rick ability, but I can understand why so many players would get stumped on it. I understand why so many players would just get them. Volcano Shard, the long drop in Neo Star, and the Adelaide block shards are the other one, pretty hard ones. Honestly, I've never had an issue with the Adelaide block shards in Neo Star. I've never had an issue with that one. Or at least, like, I've never found it to be as bad as some other shards. The Volcano Shard is there's like... Pretty much all the Volcano shards are an absolute nightmare if you're going to be doing a damageless run. Like, every single one of those is going to be a right nightmare. But then, like, the long drop in Neo Star, I think the Bomb and Dynamite one is just absolutely unforgiving. Like, the fact that you have to carry an ability that can actively hurt Kirby throughout, like, most of the level is just downright cruel of the devs. Like, you've probably been doing the top hat is the easy way to get Umbrella, semi-easy. Top hat, Umbrella. I did the pizza one. I did the pizza one. The pizza one I've never had a problem with, ever. Like, the pizza one I found to be fairly easy, because you can just kind of headbutt the blocks. But yeah, like, the volcano shards, like, all the volcano crystal shards are just, like, a nightmare in general, in my opinion. Get that. I could never figure out how to do the pizza. It is a little bit of trial and error. I mean, basically, like, you just kind of, like, cut off, like, a quarter of, like, the quarter of one section. And then, I think it's, like, then, like, diagonally, you end up, like, having to trim the edges. It's kind of hard without an ability, but, like, it is, again, doable. But it's, like, you try and make, like, a rough circle. And then after you make the rough circle, then you get the crystal shard. And then you just, yeah, take the corner out. I think the pizza one, again, I figured the pizza one out kind of on my first attempt. I may have been a bit lucky in that regard, but yeah, never figured out how to do the pizza. Yeah, I feel like the top hat one and the umbrella ones are all... The top hat one is super easy. Like, that one I can definitely attest to. And the umbrella one is also, like, semi-easy as well. Again, I can attest those two are, like, easier than the pizza one. Yeah. Well, I mean, we'll never get to find out if Acro would be easy with Cutter and Bomb her because we had to make our way back. That's a bit of a shame. Well, we'll probably see if I can beat the... probably see... I don't know. We'll probably see how far we get with this run and then, like, yeah. Ugh. I don't know how hard Magman will be, though. I don't know how hard the World 4 boss will be. I'm a little, like, nervous about that one as well. Because, again, like, you have, like, the environmental hazards in the form of, like, the lava in the first phase. I think the second phase will be really easy, but I think the first phase will be very hard. And I didn't get the ability. Like, again, Double Spark is really useful for this section. Just quickly go up here. But yeah, I think Magman might actually be, like, pretty hard, at least, until we get past the first bit. Because once we get past this first bit, the second bit's actually quite easy. I do know. And I think the fifth boss will be really easy as well. I think the fifth boss is actually super easy. Cutter and Bomb, or, like, Drill will both be really good abilities. But yeah, like, I think the three hard bosses are going to be Acro, Magman, and then Miracle Matter. I think Miracle Matter's just hard in general, though. I don't know whether with Miracle Matter, I'm going to try doing it with ability combos, or whether try doing it without the abilities. Because I know you're intended to do it without mix abilities. You're supposed to just kind of, like, use his projectiles against him. But no, I think for fun, I might actually do it like another rule where I have to use combined abilities, and then I have to, like, then strategize which abilities do I use. I will say with Miracle Matter, though, you could do mixed abilities. Yeah, there are three forms of Miracle Matter, which you can just basically stand in the corner and he can't do anything. So that is a thing. The only real 4 forms of Miracle Matter that are genuinely, like, dangerous are Fire, Bomb, Stone, and I think the most dangerous one of all is actually Spark. But then, like, Needle, Ice, and Cutter, you can literally just stand in a corner and he can't do anything. Because I do know when I play this game, like, Needle doesn't reach the, like, corner areas. And then, like, Cutter, you can just, like, stand in the corner and once again. But then, like, Ice, I believe you can also stand in the corner of as well, and he can't touch you. But then they're also, again, those free abilities also make really good kind of combining material. Yeah, HRH and HRE shouldn't be too hard. Again, just backtrack, get Cutter Bomb, and it just makes the fight really easy. But I'm absolutely terrified of the volcano level. I feel like that's going to be, like, the biggest brick wall of the entire run, aside from that cave level where you have to go Bomb and Stone. Because, again, to use Bomb and Stone, you have to, like... It's a dynamite ability, and, like, if you don't crouch, it can actually damage Kirby. And yes, that will count as taking damage and thus end up ending the run. But it's also the fact you have to take it so far into the level. Like, if it was like, again, if it was earlier in the level, it wouldn't be too bad. But because you have to, like, play through such a large chunk of the level with just, like, essentially not being able to attack at all, that's what makes it so frustrating. But yeah, we just... 3 AM. Gonna call it a night. Well, you have a lovely night. You have a well-deserved rest. You have a well-deserved rest. Have a good night. Yeah, you too. I'll see if I can beat the first boss, and then like we'll just end the stream there. I'll also have to like make a attempt to counter. Grab that, or not. We will. Yeah. So. Yeah. Hopefully it's not. Grab that. We'll just do the entire first ability. And we'll just end up... So this is attempt number... I'll have to check. I think this is attempt number 17. Yeah, just losing that underwater level. No underwater levels. Spiky cinnamon rolls. Yeah, spiky cinnamon rolls, not the threat. Drop down here. Go down. And I just get that. Adeline's gonna give us the 1-up. Gonna give us 1-up. I do not care for the 1-up because the 1-up is no help. Go up. Go side. Jump down. Bounce up. I'm gonna get rid of you. I don't like that enemy. Always tries to block your attacks. Get that one. We're just gonna go up. And we're gonna inhale up. Float our way up. Spit out. Jump up. Climb up. Combine. Get fire cutter. And we're just gonna do... Just get through this area. And then we're gonna fight King 3DD. And what we'll do is we are going to go up against King 3DD. And then we're going to beat the first boss. And we'll probably call it the stream there. Cutscene. Skip the cutscene. And then we just sit here, like usual, hold the sword up, slowly inch forwards, and that's boss completed. And yep, we defeated him. King 3DD. King 3DD, easily the freest boss fight in the entire game. Anyways, we're gonna jump that. Just don't care about the gold game. The gold game is just not even that useful. First boss. I'm gonna go into here. Oh, no, we want to keep this ability. And throw the sword. You like having swords thrown into you. You can run forwards. There we go. And then we just stand here, see where he's going to attack. That. Just gonna spit. An apple's gonna spawn. It's fine. And we're just gonna stand. And that's 2 cycle Wispy Woods. Let's go. That's that. There we go. That is the first boss fight. And I think... Yeah, I think I'm probably gonna call it. I'll probably call it the stream there today. Next stream we're gonna like go on second level. We're gonna continue. We're gonna grab the Spark and Stone, and we're gonna continue on through Rockstar, and we'll see how far we can get, and hopefully we'll end up, yeah, trying to get a new personal best. Hopefully we'll get back to the underwater levels. So, yeah, thank you for sticking around to watch the stream, and I will see you in the next stream when that happens. Until then, you'll have a lovely day, and I hope to see you in the next stream.